Okay, I am live for part two of Tablets, Turkey, and Chill. Why is there a part two? Because yesterday I streamed for hours, and only toward the end did someone point out, thank you, Nick, that I had been streaming, the stream was set as unlisted. So people in Discord knew I was streaming, but no one else did. But I haven't made that mistake today. So we will continue where we left off. Chat. It's a nice Friday night. I hope everyone's had a great Thanksgiving. Let's see. Let me just tell the Discord crew that I am online. And let me turn on the background music, the real important thing. Why don't I hear it? It may be going to the wrong output. I'm not sure. Hi, Pluzzing. Hi, Pluzzing. Good to see you. As always. Why is the audio not going? That's weird. I'm not getting it. The sound is on. I'm going to... Let me try a few options here. It says it's playing. It says it's playing, but I'm not hearing anything. Okay, it's gonna drive me crazy. But anyway, let's just tell the Discord crew I'm online. It's just unnerving for me when I don't hear anything. It's like I'm talking to myself. Let's see. Live now and streaming. Sorry. Let me just do the right at 7pence. I have a little ping thing set up in the Discord. Live and on camera now. And let's get the link to the YouTube channel so I can pop out my chat. Do the right at 7pence. I have a little ping. Okay, so audio can come out of that. But somehow my live streaming thing is not. It's okay. It's okay. We can handle all situations. Let's paste that in. Let people know I'm live. Okay, fantastic. Whew. Okay, I'm just gonna have to debug this sound thing because otherwise, I'm gonna get crazy. I will be getting crazy if I don't solve this problem. So let's see. Let's see. Is it playing? It sure says it is. Is anything muted? It was muted. My streaming app had this muted. Okay. Okay, good. We're in business. We're in business. Oh, man, what a day. I wish I could say it was productive, but I didn't do anything. For those of you who were there with the stream last night, yesterday was super chill. Our family didn't get together like we normally did, so basically I just hung out with my mom, and it was very calm. Didn't eat turkey. I had salmon. I will tell you I am not a turkey fan. Every now and then I will have it, but I'm not like in a sandwich. But Thanksgiving turkey is not my thing. It's never been my thing. So I'll always have something different, like a steak, right, or lamb, and it's never turkey. And that goes for my entire family. No one makes it turkey. I do like the stuffing though. That's good. That's good. Do people just eat the stuffing by itself? Because I certainly would, because I think it's so nice. Okay, where's my chat? Yeah, there it is. Okay. I have the chat in two windows. Okay, so one of the things, let's get my show notes, because there is work to be done today. Let me tell you that. A topic we want to cover. Plus, if you've never had turkey, it's overrated. It is overrated. If you get like turkey, sliced turkey in a sandwich, it's fine. But to have that big bird cooked and then you're chopping up pieces and then it's very dry. I don't know if it's always dry, but every time I've had it, the turkey meat is kind of dry. Yeah, I don't think it's a good bird for the kind of cooking it that it is. Probably we'd be better off with a chicken. Though, I have to be honest, I'm thinking about becoming vegetarian. I was vegetarian for like 7 years, and I loved it. Two things I noticed. Number one was I just felt lighter. I was thinner back then as well. It's probably very expensive here or pretty rare. I imagine, yeah. You just felt lighter after you ate. Meat always felt like it slowed me down a little bit more. The second thing I noticed was, so if you go to a grocery store, supermarket, the smell of meat. They have grocery store has the butcher section, so they have the meats, the fish and beef and chicken and all that. And it's behind glass, but of course it's exposed. They're not all wrapped. And the place where they process the meat is kind of a room, and of course the door comes open and closes. And when I was a vegetarian, I forgot how long this took to develop. I'm pretty sure it happened in the first year. The smell was overwhelming. I could smell meat, and it smelled really greasy, but a specific kind of greasy and oily. And it was so intense, the smell of meat. I mean, just raw, uncooked meat, that I would avoid that section of the grocery store because I found it overwhelming. I could tolerate it, but it was just, it was too much. It was too much. Now, some years later, after 7 years later, I met some girl and she really liked steak, so I got back to eating meat. But every now and then I go on a vegetarian thing for a couple of weeks, but I want to do it more regularly for the way it felt, and as well as probably good for my cholesterol. What's your favorite meat, Pleasing? I'm curious. Okay, while we're setting up the show notes, I want to tell you what happened yesterday. So there was some... First I talked about many things, but one of the things we did was explore tilt and barrel rotation and how to actually apply it in Krita and Clip Studio Paint. And it was a disaster, an absolute disaster. I'm not sure I really got it to work the way I did, and the naming was confusing, very strange. So we're going to revisit that topic, and we're going to try testing Krita and Clip Studio Paint on Windows and Mac OS. Yesterday I just did Windows Hopefully, chicken. Yeah, chicken's great. Chicken is great. Though I love lamb, and I love steak. Actually, I eat. There's one of my favorite restaurants in Bellevue is called El Gaucho, which is a steak place, and I often have steak tartare. So if anyone doesn't know what steak tartare is, it is just sort of tiny. It's beef, So they take like filet mignon, and then it's chopped up. It's not like ground beef. It's got more chunkiness to that, but it's cut up in really small pieces. And you can have it in a super simple way or a more complex way. This is a little more complex. The super simple way to get the point across is it's raw beef that's been cut up in really small pieces, and people put an actually uncooked egg on it. Okay, some people eat it that way. At the restaurant I go to, they add some other stuff to it to make it that brings out more flavor. But it can be really plain. Now, some people will not eat raw beef. Okay, I'm not saying it's everyone's taste. But a good steak tartare is very nice. Now I want to go have some steak tartare at that place, El Gaucho. Okay. I am not hearing the background music again. There we go. You've heard of that one, Pluzzing? Good. Okay, let me just check in the Discord to make sure the crew knows I'm here. Okay, they do know. I did ping everyone. Yeah, listen, I always stream. Doesn't matter who shows up. I am streaming to get things done. Today is getting things done. We're going to revisit the tilt and barrel rotation. Again, we'll test it, Krita and a CSP on Windows and Mac. We'll review what I found yesterday and explore some issues. I published a video a couple of days ago talking about tilt and barrel rotation to explain what they were. And so I want to do a follow-up, which is how to use them, okay? And that's where I got into trouble. Because so first of all, if they're enabled, some brushes have tilt enabled. And so, I never thought about enabling it because it's already enabled. They've already configured it for that brush. But I wanted to take a brush that didn't have tilt support and show you how to add it or remove it or whatever. Same with barrel rotation. It was a disaster. I couldn't figure out why it was working in some cases and not in others. And that's the mystery. And as you're going to see, Clip Studio Paint and Krita use some crazy terminology. Like what they call those features is wildly different from what, I'm going to tell you my terminology, I think is the official terminology. That's what it should be called. And I'll tell you why. It's because that's the way Wacom documented it in their SDK. That is, the name of the little data things are exactly what I said in the video: tilt altitude, tilt azimuth, and barrel rotation, right? So you want to see those same terms come into your applications, and what Clip Studio Paint and Krita do is they invent their own words. You know what? We should try Photoshop, Pleasant, because I know some people do use it. I'm not totally sure if Photoshop supports tilt. So that's another research we'll do today, right? So let's see. Oh, one more thing. I'm so happy. Ben Boykmas, yo, good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. How's the turkey? I had salmon yesterday, so I had salmon yesterday. I had salmon today as well. We bought a lot of salmon recently, so I have one more day of salmon left. So we're doing tilt today, Ben Boykmas. It's tilt night. That's why I should have called the stream Saturday Night Tilt. Saturday Tilt Fever? No, sorry. Friday Night Tilt. Friday Night Tilt. Martin, hopefully he'll join us. But man, it was a battle yesterday. Okay, let me cover the top. Let me get to the show notes because I do want to mention some things that happened yesterday. Let's see. Where are my notes? Show notes. There we go. Philip, good to see you. The way you presented it was perfect setup for the joke because I made it the fuck up. That's right. Because jokes aside, I didn't know those terms were Wacom standards. Very cool. And I'll prove that to you But just because Philip mentioned that Saturday tilting, I'm going to show you. First of all, let me clear my history of anything. Let's see. Hang on. I learned my lesson this week about copyright, meaning music being played while I stream, and I've learned not to do it. Okay. Got my show notes, and what do I want to do? I want to just clean all my Googling. I don't have anything too controversial to hide. But lately I've been watching a lot of people who are biblical scholars talking about the historicity of the Bible, and how how people's beliefs differ from what is written. There's a guy named Dan McLennan, who's a scholar of the Bible, and he knows like Hebrew and Greek, so he's able to bring a new insight into it. And then another Bart Ehrman, who's another biblical scholar. Just really fascinating stuff. And I'll summarize it maybe. Basically, I don't want to get too controversial. I know some people don't want to hear about things like that. I have no religious beliefs myself, but I've always tried to understand, which I have read the Bible, by the way. I've always tried to understand what is written, what is meant, and I think what I've learned now is there's a huge gulf between what is written and anybody's sort of casual understanding. And the reasons for that is, I'm just summarizing, by the way, I'm quoting Dan McClellan, by the way, there's a presupposition of univocality. In other words, you should think of the Bible like a set of stories, and there are sections that contradict each other. The only way to make it all fit is to have a framework that you force the text to adopt. So you get to pick and choose. And again, this has nothing to do with specific religious beliefs. It's just like there isn't a holistic, unified, univocal, one voice approach to it. So it made me think about my other channel I want to start, which is about communication, right? That's why I'm so interested in it. Hi, JoinXFi. I think that's Martin, correct? But I'm gonna show you a video. But before I show you the video, I'm just losing track of what's going on here. I want to make sure that you see a video, which I don't think has any audio. So hopefully it'll play safely. Delete this. Yep, all time delete. Okay. So we're gonna cut somewhere. Hang on. I don't want to type it in, so you'll be surprised. But it involves Metal Gear. Okay. Let me just. This is it. I think.
Nice argument, Senator. What?
Okay. Here we go. Let's just. Let me verify you can hear it.
Nice argument.
Okay, I think you can. I may have the volume a little high. But let's watch it. Okay. Oh, one more thing. Remember I have two PC set up and you always see two mice and two keyboards and I'm always typing on the wrong one? I fixed the problem. I bought an app literally 30 minutes ago called Synergy. Yaruka Skaru, good to see you. Thanks for joining the stream. What was I gonna say? I bought this software called Synergy, which I installed on my Mac and my PC. So now one mouse, and one keyboard. It's sort of like my mouse, when I go to the different machines, the keyboard follows it. So I don't have any keyboard confusion anymore. I know exactly what I'm typing. Simplifies my life dramatically. Okay. And I simplified also how I show you things. So it's easier for me to figure out how to see what you're showing. Sorry, to show you what I'm showing. Okay. So, and this is one of my new views, because some people, and I can do this one, and then this one, and then this one. So I can change things around, but I'll pick this because it'll be pretty obvious. This is from Metal Gear something. Okay, here we go. And this is Philip. This is because of you. Okay, this is because of the what you mentioned.
Nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
That's so. Philip, what you said reminded me of this. Barrier? Oh, I haven't seen Barrier. But I didn't. I just typed on Google and it told me about Synergy, and I think maybe it was Koyo or Atnas talked about another one called from Microsoft. I don't know if it works on Mac. Okay. Let's get to my notes from yesterday. Okay. So let me first create a new. Where are my notes? Yeah, I'm on there. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna create a new notes because this is it's a new day. The audio is going through in a different place. I want to change that. So give me a second. It's playing out loud is what the issue is. And instead I want it playing in here. There we go. So it's a little bit better. And you should be able to hear it as well. Okay, everything's good now. Okay, so let's copy yesterday's. Now it's gonna be tricky because I don't know how Control-C and Control-V work in this world. Let's hopefully this work. Okay, that worked. Okay, part 2. Okay, and I'm gonna change the size of this a little bit, and we're gonna talk about what happened yesterday. Let me get the date correct here. Today's the 28th. Is that correct? Yeah. This is peak. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Okay, so I'll just summarize. I'm going to show you guys a video. I think it's worth talking about. And I'll show you my tier list tool. And let me talk about this first, actually. So, I want to start a new channel on communication, okay? So I need your feedback, okay? This is feedback I need from you, okay? And that feedback is, this is going to be the channel title, okay? It's going to be, this is the name, this is the title. Or title. Title. You ready? 7, of course. Oh, not ampersand. 7-bit words, okay? So, and the YouTube thing will be like, youtube.com/ I think it's at 7-bit words, like this. Okay, that's what it's gonna be. Let's see, someone made a Discord thing. I could hear Discord ping and forgot I'm opening 7pen stream, so someone pinged up Discord. That would, yeah. That's funny. Okay, so, not wars, words. What does everyone think about this? 7-bit words. Has 7 in it. It's, if you search on Google, like on YouTube, you'll get computer stuff. And it is about communication, but kind of like digitally. And it's not taken. And I think I could use this. I think it would work for me. Okay? So if you like it, or you hate it, please just let me know in the chat. Okay, feedback on new channel name. And it's an experiment. We'll see how well that works. Who knows? Maybe people will like seeing it because it will actually have a very different topic. Probably more people would enjoy that, honestly, because it's a broader topic. Okay, that was part 1. Part 2 was, there was a video which has no, it is on Reddit. So I do not think there's any, just in case I'm gonna mute the, yeah, because I don't want, you know what happens. I play something, okay. Watch this, and just for this case, I'm going to, no, actually it'll work fine this way. Okay. There we go. Okay. Watch this video. Okay. So they've loaded up the brush with several colors, and I'm intrigued by this. Okay? I'm really intrigued by this. It shows a lot of skill, number one. It's very beautiful, I think. I mean, the choice of colors, just the shapes are well done. This person's obviously spent a lot of time doing this. And I'll tell you what intrigued this about me. It's very related to tilt and barrel rotation. Okay? The first is just a question. Can we, let me do that. Let me just let that play again. Can we achieve this in some application, maybe Rebel, something like it? Number two, how would you set up a brush to come as close as you could to this, if it's even possible? Number three, even if it isn't possible, we do know we have tilt and barrel rotation. You notice that, you see this, I don't know what this means here, this Ankabella, or what it says in that language, but this is a chart which I guess is being used for practicing the strokes. So my idea is, even if we can't replicate this, if I wanted to teach people how to use tilt and barrel rotation, is there a set of exercises that I could draw in a chart like this? It's painting skills, not drawing one, doable with brush pen. Well, let's try it. So could I develop a chart and say, hey, if you can mimic these steps, then you've mastered tilt and barrel rotation. You know what I'm saying? It's an idea. I don't know if it's going to work, but this really gets to more, what I really want to do with the channel, this channel anyway, which is, it's not just about drawing tablets. It's about, it's about digital art. That's really the purpose of the channel, right? And yeah, there's some technology involved, but that's all in the spirit of know your tools. Not that I specifically obsess about drawing tablets. I mean, maybe I do obsess about drawing tablets, but I want you to understand why I do that. It's not out of just the love of drawing tablets, which I do have. Let's see. I think you need good tilt and rotation control on your drawing tablets. Pen, performance of the pen. Of course, Matt. Yes. And how do we set it up? You can make a practice sheet? Yeah, I'd love to see what you come up with, Mir. I would love to see that, honestly. Oh, by the way, Mir, I think you'll be happy to know, I think this weekend I'm going to... Oh, so let me put my face here, because this is an important announcement. Oops, where are we? There we go. Oh, here we go. I'm going to install CachyOS. How's that? I was reading about it yesterday, so I'm going to try. Okay, so that was one thing I want to talk about. Right? Tier list. I just want to show you my update to the tier lists. Okay, so you got to give me a second. I need to get to where's it? What's that called? GitHub desktop. I just want to oh no, I don't need GitHub. It's in Google's AI Studio. AI Studio. Okay, here we go. So I've been working on my tier list app, which is really getting to be pretty wild, I gotta tell you. And let me find where my downloads are. Yeah, okay. So watch this. So let's just, how do I full screen this thing? Full screen and then full screen again. Okay. That's just because I messed up yesterday's stream, so I just continued it as part 2. Here. Okay, let me drag in a JSON file. Okay, so this roughly is when you did, if those of you came and saw my drawing tablet tier stream, basically the same app, but I've improved it. There are buttons now to let the tiers go up and down. That's easier than dragging sometimes. Second thing is I've added tags. So let's just show you an example of tags. So let's say there's a EMR, right? Now there's a bug here, so I'm creating 2 tags temporarily. EMR. Oh, I have to click save because I'm dumb. Tags. Save. Navigate. Come back. Okay. Watch this. EMR and UDEMR. Mir says, did my midterm, not happy about it. I will have to try harder and fix my studying schedule for the first. All we can do is pick ourselves up and try harder. So I wish you luck. Let me make the other one purple or something so it's less. Oh, I'm not saving the changes. That's why it's. That's why I'm having problems. Little bugs. Save changes. And I'll make this one yellow. Okay, so let me. Okay. So now, when I go here, I can say, oh, the moving pad supports UDMR and EMR. Okay, it supports both. Whereas the Samsung Galaxy only supports UDMR. See? This helps me do things. Okay. Yeah. You're talking about the Wacom, right? The Wacom moving pad here. Let's see. And then I added, you can collapse. Sometimes the tiers get big, so you can collapse the tier, right? And it says 5 items. I'm gonna see if I can do like thumbnails, so we get small, really tiny cards, so it's a better visual cue. But we'll see. Let me expand the tier. Another thing is you can sort the cards within a tier by brand, or by color, or by name, which is the bottom part, or by tag. Okay, so some sorting options there. What else do we have here? Let's edit. I added these right-click menus, right? Oh, there's highlights. So sometimes you want to focus your audience attention on a card, but you want, it's just not, you can put your mouse here. That's one way, and it changes the icon. But sometimes you just want the screen to show something statically. And I've started my highlight like this. It's just, oops, sorry, I hit edit. Highlight does this, right? It actually adds a white border. Maybe I'll add a glow, okay? And you can highlight the entire tier as well. See? It does change the layout a little bit, but not too bad. That's another feature I added. I show you tag. Oh, this happens all the time. If I'm trying to redo the stream, I had to drag all these things into the unsorted bucket, okay? So that's a lot of dragging. So I actually have this, this basically puts everything unsorted, and bam, it all gets into unsorted. I'm gonna add undo. I don't have it right now, but I will. So now I'll just put the JSON back in. And then what else do I have here? I have, oh yeah, emblems. So let's say you don't like a tablet. You can put an emblem like this. Let me save it. Look at that. I put a skull on Wacom Moving Pad Pro 14. Or I'll put a heart on the Moving Pad 11. Just as an example, I'm not saying anything bad about those things, right? So really, this app is becoming kind of interesting. It's actually becoming kind of a, yes, you can use it for tiering, but I'm thinking about expanding the app to work on data in general, or this kind of data, which is small amounts of data you need to organize. And for me, I want to use it maybe for kind of project management. I want to use it for preparing notes for my streams and my videos. And yeah, I'll use it for tier lists as well. So I'm going to enhance it. Scheduling, of course, will be needed for project management. So I'm going to add things like dates. And then, of course, I want people to customize it. So it's going to grow. And I'll put it on GitHub soon enough. Right? Let's see. Can you see standalone tablets or other than the iPad becoming mainstream for drawing? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. When you like display tablets being standard for industry professionals, yeah, absolutely. I think the Moving Pad, I know some people don't like the Moving Pad Pro, but I love it. Brad Colbus likes it. I think Aaron Rutten likes it. TL, I mean, everyone's like, it's the best, and I agree. I mean, and I'm harsh on tablets. You all know how harsh I am on tablets. But I love it. I love it. So it may not be for everyone quite yet. It is missing a few features. It's probably still not powerful enough. But I think we are within sight of a standalone tablet built on Android that can work. Okay? I really do believe that. I would love to see that. Now, should those tablets be built by Wacom, Huion or XP Pen, that's an interesting topic. You know, because customer support is so important for standalone, and I know this may not be, the tablet brands may not like me saying this, but maybe partnering with someone who's already building an Android tablet might be a better idea. Let me give you an example. Maybe, so Samsung, you know, it has some business connection with Wacom, so they'll never do this. But imagine Samsung, I'm just making up stuff. This is not me predicting the future or saying this is true. I'm fantasizing. Imagine Samsung Galaxy Tab S12 Ultra, or all of the S12s, this hypothetical tablet. And not only do they work with the S Pen, but they also work with the Pro Pen, the Wacom Pro Pen. And they come with etched glass. Like, wouldn't that be interesting? And they support DisplayPort in. Because Samsung has a track record they have with these devices, and they have their customer support working quite well. For Huion and XP Pen, you could imagine, I don't know, I'm making stuff up again. You can imagine, I think Google makes a tablet, right? I don't know if it supports a pen, but maybe they could partner with, you know, Google can use XP Pen or Huion or SenseLabs technology and have the best strong experience possible. Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. Let me make sure, Kitten, it is not going to happen. But I'm just throwing it out there, what it would mean if it did. Okay, so there's more features I want to talk to you about. You can save this thing as JSON or as a PNG, or you can copy the PNG, put it on the clipboard. So easy to, you know, put it in a PowerPoint or something. I also switched accounts because I thought my chat was glitching. Got it. So chat wasn't working otherwise? Okay. And then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add two things. I'm going to add save a report. And the report will be like a PDF that spits out this thing, and it'll actually print out the descriptions. So you'll know, and here, let me take a look at the descriptions like this, right? You'll know what the notes were. So you have a real report on why things are in the list. Because when you see a tier list picture, you don't know, unless you watch the video, which is hours long, why something got in the list, right? So I'm trying to add that feature. Another thing is when I have one of these notes, these cards, adding like right click and like, I don't know, I'm going to call it view bigger. And basically this card would expand to be like, you know, half the size of the screen. So lots of real estate. And it'll be a more formatted card. It'll look nice, right? Let's see. I thought the chat was glitching. I thought it was... Oh, I see. Yeah, because you had a lot of messages, Mir. I understand. Okay, so that was my tool. If you have suggestions for a tier list tool or something like this, let me know. Because this is all Vibe coded, by the way. But pretty soon it's going to get complicated. I don't know if Vibe coding would survive with the level of complexity I'm going to add to it. So I'm going to put it in GitHub. It'll be public, and anyone can do whatever they want with it. But I'm going to add some features I've always been wanting, right? Because again, I want to use a tool like this for managing certain things, like my schedule of projects, maybe my own to-do list, right? And there's very low infrastructure, right? This just, if you know how to run a Node application, right? Node NPM, then you know how to use this. By the way, this is all a React app, okay? I have made some manual changes to it, but very small. Part of that is I don't know React, so I'm scared of really changing big parts of it. Okay, so that's what I wanted to show you. Hope you found that interesting. Tier list is meant to be simple. I agree with you, Mir. I agree with you. I will say that as I tried other tier list things, I needed a little bit more because of the nature of the conversation I had in my chats with you, right? I think other people don't need what I need, or they need different things. But I agree, for most people, a very simple thing is what they need. And I am trying to straddle the line between what I need and what I'm excited about and what people actually would use, right? So totally everything I said is complicated. You know, it's 10 times more complicated than any tier list maker on the internet. But I'm okay with that because I have an idea to build this into something more than a tier list maker, okay? Also, I want to be able to have the tier list publish an HTML page so I can put it somewhere so people can just sort through the tier list themselves. It's not, you don't have to depend on me for the for a live demo, okay? Okay, so that was my special. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience in seeing this. Okay, and just so everyone has this Metal Gear thing, I'm gonna paste it in chat, okay? Just so everyone knows. Okay, where are we now? I gotta get back to the notes to make sure. I'll ignore that. We talked about the channel. We're gonna do tilt. We might do some size vibe coding, right? Pen tablets. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it, man. Trust me. Trust me. It's a worthy topic. Okay, let me move some things out of the way here, because I do need to. We feel free to bring up topics about the tier. We will revisit things. Okay. It's a good question. Let me just find where the data is. Live talents. Where? Oh, there it is. Okay, I found it. Okay, so today the first thing we're gonna do. Does anyone have feedback on the channel name 7-Bit Words? I didn't see any. I didn't see any comments either way. So if you think it's a bad name or a good name, let me know. I did test out a lot of the suggestions people gave me. So you can give more suggestions, but I'm pretty sure this is the name I'm going to stick with. I did look up 7-letter words, but it's used all the time. It's used all over the place on YouTube. Okay, so what we want to do is use tilt. Okay, and barrel rotation. Right? In Clip Studio Paint, Krita. Any other apps I should try? Maybe we'll do Rebel, maybe. And we want to know, so we want to know where the settings are. It feels like a good name for emulation retro gaming channel. That's a good point. It is very retro. That is true. What the settings are called, and how to configure them for success. Photoshop, good one. Thank you. Photoshop. Success was spelled with 2 X's. Okay, success. And configure. Okay, and then how to turn them off if needed. How to turn off. If needed. And we'll cover why you would turn them off. Okay. So I have a Wacom Move Ink here, and for this case, I'm gonna need to turn on the thing. There we go. I'm gonna turn on this overhead. Okay. Hello, turn on. Is it on? Let's take a look. Let's see. Okay, let me go. Affinity app. What does you gotta tell me, Mir, what app image means? Is that like a zip file or a flat pack or something? Okay. And again, this is just because it'll help you understand what's happening when I'm drawing. Because this is tilt and barrel rotation, so I want you to see the tilt and barrel rotation, okay? Okay. Whew, this is so much simpler with one keyboard. And I just charged up the keyboard, so it shouldn't freak out on me, okay? Okay, I don't think I need to see Trump right now. Why? What causes this? What is that? I don't know even what brought that up, okay? Okay, so I need to copy a table here just so everyone's with me. Okay, so the first is the terminology. So I took some notes earlier today. You can see it as all in one. Okay, got it. So Affinity, wait, see, I thought Affinity was only on Mac OS and Windows. So is this like a wine thing? Okay, let's paste this in here. So here's the first problem we get into. This is what Seven Pens calls it, which is the official correct name calls it, i.e. the correct name. Okay. Tilt azimuth, which is the direction. Azimuth is this. It's which direction the pen is pointing, like north, south, east, west. That's azimuth, okay? Or if it's tilted, it's like this, okay? Okay, that's the rotation. It's one rotation. And then tilt altitude is how high, like up and down, okay? Obvious. And barrel rotation is spinning the pen. So spinning, okay? And they can all be done separate. They're all independent. Someone made it into app image and it says why not? So yes, got it. Pluzzing, I hate that news tab thing. I like it. Windows has gotten so irritating with things in your face. I hate it. Okay, so here's the first problem. Tilt azimuth, which is again this direction, right? CSP calls it direction of pen. Okay. Krita calls it tilt direction. I can see why they picked the word direction, but because azimuth is it's not a very common word, so I get it. I would prefer if they at least at CSP you chose tilt direction, or another word for this sometimes is bearing. Okay, like bearing 350 degrees or something, right? And then tilt altitude, CSP just calls it tilt. Right? And then Krita calls it tilt elevation. Okay, this is the same spirit as tilt altitude. Please just use tilt altitude. Okay, so everyone should at least agree. If they can't use tilt altitude, then CSP should call it tilt elevation. Okay? Until we find better examples. Barrel rotation, Krita calls it rotation. Okay, I think they should put the word barrel in there. And look what CSP calls it, pen tilt. So look how crazy this is. CSP has two features. Can you imagine how confusing this is? They have tilt and pen tilt. And pen tilt is used for barrel rotation. What? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's weird. So we're going to do maybe Photoshop for sure. And let's add another, let's see, table, insert to the right. We're gonna do not barrel rotation, rebel, okay? We need to know what different apps call it. Okay, I need to do a little bit of a bio break, so I'll be back in just a minute, okay? I'll be back. Okay, I am back, and here we are. Okay, I got the Movink, not Moving Pad, Movink 13. And I'm gonna plug it into this computer. Shouldn't freak out too much. Again, this is just to help you see what's happening. Why isn't it turning on? Oh, this cable isn't attached to anything. That's why it's not turning on. Okay, no worries. Well, you're gonna use this cable. Okay. Okay, I think there we go. This is good. What's on here is what's up there. And it looks, you know, the light, the camera's adjusting to the light because this is bright. Maybe I'll dim it so that you have a little easier time. I can still see it quite well, but it should make it a bit easier for you to see what else is going on. Maybe a little brighter for me. Okay, there. I think it's a good balance. It's a good balance. Okay, and let me make sure touch is off. Otherwise, I don't want this. No, touch is off. Okay, got it. Yeah, Amir, these are. Why did CSP call rotation as pen tilt? It's yeah, and maybe I have this wrong, but this is what I think I figured out last night. Okay, so before I do anything else, let's just see if we can install a few more apps. I'm going to put my face on here since I don't want to bother you with all this other nonsense. Why am I not seeing? Okay, so let's, I'm just searching for other apps, okay? What's that app called? Do I have Photoshop installed? I think I can get it. I'm scared of installing it from the App Store, so I'm going to just go to adobe.com. I do have subscription to Creative Cloud, so let me install that. Adobe sign in with Google. No, I don't want a passkey quite yet. Okay, how do I install Creative Cloud? Whoever suggested Photoshop, thank you. It's I would not have thought about that on my own because I don't really use Photoshop. Okay, let's see. How do I apps? I think it's apps. Okay. Sorry, it's just all boring stuff I'm doing right now. Let's download Photoshop, and it'll be installing in a second. Continue. I'm almost certainly going to have to use my phone at some point to do some logging in. Here he is. Signed in. How'd you like local send? It helped me a lot. I've always sent my files to Google. I haven't tried it yet, Mayor. I haven't tried it yet. I will definitely explore it soon. In fact, let me put that in my notes, my show notes, which is follow-ups, so I won't forget. Try local send. While I'm waiting for Photoshop to install, I do want to change something about how the keyboards are working. I don't have any hotkeys. So I'm just looking at my settings for this keyboard mouse thing I have set up. Hang on a second. Shift, Control, Alt. Oh, I don't know what it's trying to tell me. Miscellaneous. What happens is the Windows key is now shifted on the keyboard, so that's confusing me. So I'm just trying to fix that, but it's okay. I don't have to fix it right now. Okay, I'm installing Creative Cloud. Skip question, skip question, skip question. Everyone wants surveys now when you do anything on the web or in programs. Okay, we're gonna install that. While I'm waiting, I believe I have Rebel as well, so I'm going to try to find it and install it somewhere. Rebel. I believe I do. Let's see if I can find my products. And I'm going to switch my mouse to the left side. Rebel. These things here. I don't know if I bought the latest, but I think I did. Rebel 8. I think that's the latest version. I think it is. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to click on install and just see what happens. I'm also curious about CachyOS. There's a desktop called Cosmic that I popped up when I was searching. I may try that. It looked cool. Standalone. Sorry, I'm just installing here. Nothing really interesting is happening until I start. Let me just get the install going. And let's flip back over to Creative Cloud. Okay, 82% done, no worries. Why is Krita doing this? Krita is like hung. I'd always recommend KDE, but hey, you can install multiple desktop environments. Oh, you can have multiple, I didn't know that. I always thought they were like locked. Like once you got what you got, you were stuck there. So it's good to know you can have multiple. Okay, let's Rebel. I'm betting Rebel did a better job, honestly. But this time we will take a look at docs instead of like, you know, me just searching frantically in their UI. And I'll take screenshots because I think it's important for us to see what actually is happening. Stupid mouse. I may actually switch mice just temporarily for a second. Okay. Some have 10. Wow. Okay. Let's see if Creative Cloud is installed yet. Nope. It's still doing its business. Is Rebel installed? You can see my screen. Your app's taking longer. Relaunch. Restart? How about we relaunch first, my friend? I accept the license agreement. Yeah, sure. Username, email. Okay, I'm gonna hide my password. Let me go look it up. Where is it? Where is it? It would be under personal vault. Okay. Sign in request with my phone. Wherever my phone went to, there it is. Let's see. Let's see a sign in. Hang on. Approve. Yep. Okay, that should sign it in, and then I can look at the password I have for Rebel. Oh, okay, I remember this password. Copy. Paste. Username, the 7 pens. And hit OK. sure. Let's get back here. We want Wacom compatible. By the way, we'll also test macOS, okay? Because there's some differences in how these operating systems work. We'll just do this. We're going to use WinTab, okay, for Rebel. I know Krita is up, so it's confusing what you're seeing. Why am I getting... I don't want this thing. Why is it doing this? I don't want this. Stupid. I don't even know what this is called. Copilot Discover? No, thank you. I don't want that. How can I get rid of this? I don't want that weather thing there either. Speaking of mines, Google canceled their disabled side loading update after... Yeah, good. I know a lot of people were very upset about it. I'm going to download this, even though I'm not going to install it. That's for later. Hello, all cookies. Yeah, here we go. I love Rebel. I think it's just such a nice... Okay, I'll install both of those. Okay, Rebel is on. Let's just try Rebel first, since it is up. Okay. Let me make the brush big. So the first question is what... Let's find an asymmetrical brush. That way it'll help us understand. We need something that's clearly asymmetrical. How about the fan brush? Okay. I'm moving the mouse. Okay. So let's get... I think it's this one. Maybe this might be better for right now. Okay. So I'll make this big. Okay. So notice I'm gonna tilt it at an angle, but that's not what we're looking at. We're looking at barrel rotation. So barrel rotation works. Okay, that's good. So we know the hardware is working. Pressure is obviously working. Now, barrel rotation and tilt are simultaneously on. Does tilt change anything? It's not clear. It's not clear. Like the tilt azimuth is being, tilt azimuth, meaning the direction of the pen is oriented to the brush. That's working. But the tilt angle is not doing anything, okay? But it's good we know this. That's the fan brush. So let's just note this down because different brushes are set different, okay? Oops, let's close this and just close clip. That was from my doodling last night. Let me get my show notes here. Where are they? Rebel is a little expensive. Pleasing, you're right. But I think it's worth trying. It's definitely worth trying. Okay, let me get back to... these were my show notes. Do I have two of them up? Yeah, I do have two. This is the old one. Okay. Hang on. I'm just trying to find the... There we go. Okay. So what we want to do, we went to Rebel. We just got to know what the brushes are set to first. This brush was the... Which one was it? It's called the... It's under Watercolor Fan. Okay. Let's make sure we know. And let's close some of these other stupid things. Rebel. So Watercolor Fan. It seems to be configured to have azimuth. I'm going to say T azimuth. Like it's enabled. And it's enabled and it works. And works. You'll see why I put and works, because sometimes it doesn't do what you think it's going to do. Yesterday was very frustrating. Very frustrating. Tilt altitude. Unclear what happened there. What was the other one? Barrel rotation. Enabled and it works. So. Rotation. Enabled and it works. Fan brush. Okay, so that's great. Let's okay, that's good to know this. Now let's go and just go to, we'll just say Rebel tilt and barrel rotation. Let's not just poke around the UI. Let's do a little bit of sleuthing so that we are barrel rotation docs. Yeah, there we go. Okay, someone asked about this, so let's take a look here. This is Q, by the way. Look, they even talk about Clip Studio Paint's insane things. This is good. This might be useful. I'm gonna just go ahead and copy this note here in case we need to refer to this later. Okay. This person did some real research here. Okay, I'm just gonna have to try it. It doesn't look like we're finding documentation. Oh no, here it is, here it is. Tilt panel, Rebel 8 manual. I'm not sure if this is what we wanted. It's like the canvas tilt. That's not what I was looking for. Let's try barrel rotation, because barrel rotation is... Let's see this. This looks like... Okay, brush follows the pen tilt. Pen rotation. Okay, so we'll figure it out. Okay, and where is that? I don't know. We'll have to take a look here at show brush options. Spacing, size. Don't see anything here. Shape and grain, maybe. Angle. Okay. Rotation can be set to pen tilt and pen rotation. So let's do none and see what happens, okay? I'm gonna leave this here. And let's, yeah, delete the screen. Let's see what happens when I've turned it off, okay? So, and I'm gonna turn off pressure because it's just gonna get me confused. Stroke, size, oops. I hope that didn't mess up anything. Okay, it didn't. Size, behavior. I'm just gonna force this to 100%. That means pressure won't do anything. It's always returning full pressure, okay? So, does barrel rotation do anything? No. Does, well, this is interesting. Do you see what happens? Oh, let me show you my hand so there's less mystery. Okay. So, there is some warping because of the azimuth, but spinning doesn't do anything. So it looks like rotation, which is the brush, you know, they're calling that pen rotation. Yeah, so that's what Rebel calls it. Let's get here. Rebel calls, they call this pen rotation. Okay, that's good. Okay. And Rebel, what is, I want to avoid that skewing too, though. That was weird and I didn't want it. Opacity, size, tip tilt. Don't know. I'm gonna just move on. I'm just gonna make everything up here. Let's see if that it removes that effect. That really messes it up, doesn't it? So why don't I set everything down? It's still doing crazy stuff, okay? How about in the middle? Okay, in the middle, it's not doing that skew. Okay, so that's fine. Tip tilt is some weird skew thing. Now where were we? We're back in shape and grain. And rotation of the brush, we set that to pen rotation, which is barrel rotation. Now we want to set it to pen tilt. I'll bet you this is azimuth. Okay, so, oh, this is interesting. The barrel rotation is still active. I'm going to turn this off, okay? No barrel rotation. So barrel rotation is active with pen rotation and with pen tilt. That's interesting. Don't know why that is. Is there settings here that control this? Don't know. Don't know. Let's try follow trajectory. Barrel rotation still set there. But not azimuth. Or no, it is. Actually, azimuth is working there as well. But that may be for a different reason. Let's try pen tilt. Is azimuth working here? It looks... I'm not sure, because I can't turn off barrel rotation, so I'm gonna have to be... I don't think it's working. It's not doing what I expect. How about pen rotation? There is rotation on the brush happening, but that's because of the way I'm barrel rotating it. So that's weird. That's weird. I'm not sure I like that. Let's see if there's anything else here I can do. Why don't I try? Well, let's try altitude. Can we change the altitude? Size. I can change the size based on pressure, but I can't change it to anything else. I don't see anything here that uses altitude. Okay, so I'm just gonna write that down. I don't see altitude here. No setting. It looks like pen rotation does both. I mean, this is what I'm sensing anyway. Okay, so in Rebelle, Clip Studio doesn't show my cursor shape tilting in Windows. Yoruka Skuru says. We'll test it when we open up Clip, okay? No way to take advantage of tilt. Not with that brush anyway. Of tilt altitude, which is important because if you have a pencil, you want the brush to get bigger as you tilt down, right? Let's see if another brush type can do it. What I wanted was the size behavior to change, but the size behavior cannot. Like, I can't say use something else. That's right, Annas. Thanks for joining. Move Inc. 13 representation. That is correct. Opacity? That's based on pressure. I can't change. So Rebelle doesn't let me do everything that I'm used to. And I'm going to make this a little bigger, okay? Shape. Angle is 90. Oh, so we've got another... Wait a second. We saw... Am I confusing myself? No, this is what we already had, sorry. I just got confused because I make the thing really big. Let's expand bristles. Anything else here? Tilt behavior. Thin, thick, edges. What's this mean? I'm going to leave tilt curves. I have not played around with tilt curves at all. So whenever we come across tilt curves, I'll try to make it just that null pressure curve. Oops, I didn't mean to change that. What is this set to? This is set to pen tilt as well. I don't know what this setting is. Use precise tip tilt. So let's find a pencil. Let's see if the pencil responds to one of these things. Or another brush. I need something. Spatter, bristle. Okay, we'll try just linear. See if anything happens. Let's close this. Let me make the size a bit bigger. Does tilt affect this? Pressure is. Actually, let me check this as well. No, this is not revealing anything. That's all about smoothing. How about this thing, this bristle? See, I want to turn off the pressure. Whoa. Copy curve, interesting. You can actually copy curves in this app. Okay, that turns off the size changing, good. Well, at least we know that. But I expected to see a bristle. Okay, rotation, barrel rotation is not doing anything. Okay, altitude is working here. As I move, sorry, you can't see it totally. As I tilt down like this, altitude, you see it getting wider. So there is something. Maybe that's what they call tip tilt. So this is set to 42. Let's take a look at the curve. Let's set this to just flat and see what happens. Okay. Okay, they call tip tilt is how they change somehow. Let's set the curve. Let's get a real curve here, or a flat, sorry. Okay. I hate that it disappears, okay? Okay, now let's try this tip tilt. That's it. Tip tilt was the one. Okay, so at least we know it's tip tilt. So it's interesting how they package these settings. This was tip tilt. And what was the name of the other setting? It was under shape and bristles, stroke. Was it stroke? No, I think it was shape and bristles. Shape and bristles, rotation. Okay, in the brush editor. Whew, this is some wild. Okay, shape and bristles. And bristles, rotation, pen rotation. So that's it. So what we did, I mean, at least what I see right now is that the pen rotation covers both azimuth and so I was wrong about this. So pen rotation includes both. They're not separable that I can see. Both tilt azimuth and barrel rotation. I think it could be, I mean, I think that a case could be made for doing it this way. Okay, I do need to take another bio break, so I'll be right back. Okay, Mir, you have sent a link, so I'm going to take a look at it. Stylus X, which is basically a Procreate clone for Windows. Let's see. Anything interesting happen? Stability, fixing crashes, errors. Okay, they've improved how to control size and opacity. Stylus X. Stylus X. Is Stylus X on the Microsoft Store? I forgot. It is here. I think I bought it, so yeah, I can install it. Just good to have it around. If you want, we can try it out. Okay, while it's doing that business, let's get back to where were we? Okay, let's do Photoshop. Photoshop, tilt and barrel rotation. How is it configured here? Squeeze, gesture, barrel. Oh boy. Barrel rotation doesn't work, it seems. Oh, what you mean, Mir, you mean Stylus X, is that right? Well, we're just gonna have to figure it out, aren't we? Where is Photoshop? Where is Photoshop? Photo shop. Oh, hello, didn't I install Creative Cloud? Am I crazy, folks? Pretty sure I did. Pretty sure I did. But I'm not seeing it. Let's just try opening up Adobe. Okay, this app is here. Maybe I... It said it was taking a while. Okay, it's taking a while. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut down I'm going to do what it said, which is reboot the computer. Remember, it won't disrupt the stream. And Krita is like it's hung or something. It's just not. It's hosed. Okay, so don't worry. Let me just put my face on so you're not seeing the reboot. And I will do a little reboot. Restart. Okay, let's do the restart. I'm so happy I decided to start investigating tilt and barrel rotation. I have to be honest with you, since I don't use it, but I sort of understand what it is, as you can tell from the video. My knowledge about it has been kind of theoretical. Like, yeah, of course, I've used brushes with it, but I've never tried to configure it. Yeah, something is wrong with it, Mir. I don't know what is going on. My computer's in the middle of rebooting now. It'll be up in just a second. So this is interesting. Like, I just imagined those three settings, tilt, altitude, azimuth, and then barrel rotation, would just be obvious how it would be set up for a brush, but actually, as we're discovering, it's not. Different words are used. How the feature gets mapped to things is very different. So that has been a little weird. Oh man, I love using the Mac. My app that does this mouse thing is so nice. Oops. But I can't type in. There it is. It kicks in now. It took a second for the keyboard to register on the login screen of the Windows machine. Okay. So we're back here now. And let's see if we can get Creative Cloud again. Okay. Initializing. Let's let it initialize. Every time I have a bad day, Mir says, I always remind myself that I use Linux and I don't worry about Adobe software crashing. Good. Good for you. Apps. I tried to install. I don't want this, my friends. I want to just Photoshop, please. Install. Okay, let that install. I'll close this. It's just taking its sweet time. So while we're waiting for it, we're going to do Krita. And let me get my show notes up as well, okay? Maybe I'll have better luck with this than I did the other day. Here we go. This is... it should be this, I believe. Yep. Oh, I need to make this a bit smaller. Right? Okay, okay. Now let's try Krita. In Krita. And let's open up Krita. And create this card all. Oh, I hate this stupid Discord. Oh, God, I almost... Okay. What the hell is this? Okay. Discord drives me crazy sometimes. But in general, I don't like software that pops up, that's fixated on popping things up. Okay. So this is a brush I used. This was the... what was it? It was dry textured creases. Okay. So we have to figure out how it's configured and switch up. Brush is called dry textured creases. And I'll take a screenshot because that'll help me in my documentation writing later. This device. Okay. Sign out of this one. I like that we can switch it. I wish it was easy to switch licenses like this with Clip. With Clip, it's a mystery what's going on. And I have the 4Machine license subscription. And so when you switch to another computer, it's like, oh, I'm going to deactivate on one. I'm like, is there a limit to how many times you can deactivate? Whatever. Okay. This is Photoshop, but we're going to do Krita, so let's get back to Krita. Okay, and this is obviously an asymmetric brush is what you need here. Okay, so we'll go to this brush and we are going to... Actually, let me get you a little closer to what I can see. I'm going to open up brush settings and just do this. So it's just reset, okay? And I'm going to make it a bigger brush, okay? By the way, it's not responsive to pressure, so that's good. Because I'm going to use that later on. Okay? So does barrel rotation do anything? No, that movement you're seeing is not barrel rotation. Does azimuth here? Does azimuth do anything? Nope. So azimuth's not doing anything. It is rotating though. So does tilt altitude change something? Well, wait a second. Altitude, azimuth is changing it, but it's messed up. Are there any leads on a Wacom Moving Pro case with stand, something similar to the 11? Not as far as I know. Not as far as I know. And the case they sell, which is $60, which I have, is super cheap and easy to, the tablet can separate from it too easily. And in a dark room, you can see the light from the screen, if it's on, through the cover. So it's an awful case. Reset is also beside opacity at the top. Oh, this thing, right? Got it. Thank you, Mir. Thank you. Okay, why is this thing rotating? It is rotating, but it's following the motion of the pen, I think, rather than the actual tilt. Like, it's not listening to the tilt at all. So some brushes are like this. They'll rotate based on the direction that you're moving. They're not paying attention to the tilt. That's what's happening here. Yes, I think some brushes could do that. I don't know if this one does. Okay, so what we want to do is set... Oh, I need to take a screenshot. That's what I needed to do. I wanted to make sure people see. Oops, okay. I'll move this over so I don't have to deal with it. Okay. So first is, I'm gonna turn off everything except the things I care about, okay? I don't want this either, I think. I just want one setting, okay? Okay. So rotation is active, but it's not related to tilt, okay? So I'm gonna take that as a note. With this brush, pen direction controls brush rotation. Okay. So let's turn that off first, because we can't have multiple things interfering. We want to turn this off. So you turn that off, we're going to rotation, drawing angle. Okay, so you do that by, what is it? Brush editor, general flow, rotation, uncheck drawing angle. Okay? I still haven't, Mir. I still haven't. I'm sorry. I've been so distracted. I apologize. Rotation. No, we need to check rotation. Let me take a screenshot of this because I do think people need to see what this is setting as. Okay. So we want to change this to tilt direction, which is azimuth. Okay, and only that. So set it, enable tilt direction. Before I move off of that, actually I'm going to turn all of this off and verify it's not going to do anything, okay? Because we need to know that. Okay, see, it's not rotating no matter what I do. Spinning, okay, that's good. This is good. Now I'm going to enable for rotation, tilt direction, which should be azimuth, and it's just a linear curve. That's really a contradiction, isn't it? A linear curve. But we all know what I mean, I think. Okay. So now as I rotate this way, like a clock. Okay, so this is interesting. I'm going to point to the left. Okay. Now what? This part that dangles down is pointing down. Okay. In other words, it's always going to be pointing like here as I rotate the pen. Okay. Now watch what happens if I go. Don't worry about that part. Let's erase that again. As I rotate 90 degrees. Okay, that's correct. Is that right? Yeah. As I rotate 90 degrees, it points east, 90 north, and then 90 west, and then 90 again south. Okay, that works. This setting actually works. Tilt direction is azimuth, and I'm pretty happy right now. Okay, so we're good. We're good with this thing, which is azimuth. I'm happy because I could not get this to work the other day. Maybe it was just me, maybe it was something else. Now we want... Yeah, I think you're right, Mir. Krita has the most setting customization. I totally agree with that. At least I haven't seen any other app that has as much. Okay. Now we want to change that to not drawing angle, but rotation, which is barrel rotation, okay? Then try, I'm just writing notes, then try enabling rotation. So it's funny, you're going to the rotation here, and you're saying set rotation to be controlled by rotation. So that's weird. I should shoot the Krita team a note on this. Rotation. Okay. So now we've set that. Let's see what happens. And it's the only one set, okay? So now it's the barrel. So now if I do this, nothing's happening, right? You see some movement because I'm rotating it slightly. But now, look at this. Okay. Now we have to make sure the angles match. So the buttons are pointing toward you, okay, on the pen. So the pen is mostly vertical. And when the buttons point towards you, that little dangly thing is also pointing towards you. You know what? I'm going to change the color to be light gray so it doesn't look like it's easier to see. Okay, there we go. So buttons are toward you. It's pointing up. I'm rotating clockwise. 90 degrees. So the buttons are to the east. The dangly thing goes east. Rotate down, south. And dangly thing is pointing south. Rotate west. Dangly thing is west. And back up to north. And there's, okay, everything worked. Everything worked. I am relieved because I had problems with this last night. I gotta tell you, it was not rotating correctly. And maybe that was me. Maybe I messed something up. I don't know. And it's all the same apps and hardware, by the way. You know what? Just in case, is this an art pen? No, it's not. Or is it? No, it's not. Okay. Okay. Now, we want to try tilt. We want the tilt to increase the size of the brush, okay? So now want tilt to increase, tilt altitude to increase size of brush as the pen gets lower. Let's take a look. There's a lot to it. I think it's, I think the thing we should do is just give them feedback. We should file bugs, share feedback. Okay, the rotation is met. Okay, I need to turn off the rotation. And so I'm going to turn all the rotation off. Now I want size, not by pressure, but by tilt elevation. Okay? So now I'm pressing hard, soft, nothing's changing. Okay? Oh, I need to change, look at this. I gotta change this thing too. So the curve like that, okay? So I'm pressing, and you see a little bit of change, but I'm pressing really hard, okay? So pressure is not affecting the brush. That's good, the size. So now I'm going to drop the pen, and look, it's getting smaller as I drop, okay? It doesn't matter which angle I'm doing, as long as I'm dropping the pen, the top goes down. Now this is not the effect we want, okay? We want it to get bigger, like a pencil would. So we're gonna make this go up like this. We're gonna change the pressure, the curve, the tilt curve. Let's try this again. So now it's thin, right? Remember, pressure's not controlling it. But as I lean over, it gets big. Okay, so that's the correct setting. Let me just take a screenshot. This is the correct setting. I have not tried text with Krita too much, but I have used it. Very irritating. Very irritating. Okay, the other thing that people I think might want to do depends on how hard, Mir. I don't think 500 gram force or 600 would cause any damage. Probably not even 800. But I think if you got to like 2,000, maybe. I don't think even 1,000 would damage it. I mean, that's what I think. I have never tested something like that. Okay. Now what do we want? We want to skew it. So I'm going to turn off size here, and I'm going to turn on a ratio. And actually, before I do that, let's just make sure there's nothing rotating the brush anymore, okay? Nothing's happening no matter what I do. Okay, great. Now we want ratio, not by pressure, but by tilt elevation again. And we're going to change this to be this and see what happens. Not doing what it was not affecting the way I thought it was going to do. Okay, this is the setting again. Tilt elevation should affect the ratio. So why isn't it doing anything? Oh, I don't know. Let's just go back to this and see what happens. No, nothing's... Oh, wait a second. Something is happening. It's painting weirdly. I'm not sure. Am I misunderstanding ratio? Maybe that's the issue. I don't think you should be worried, Mir. I don't think you should be worried. That's a benign thing as far as I know, but we can research that in the stream. Okay, maybe ratio isn't the right thing. Let's get back to here. Brush tip. What is this? I'm going to disable pressure for opacity, okay? Oh, there's something weird going on here. Let me just create a new layer. Okay, I may have set something odd. That's why it was acting weird. I'm going to change it back to a very light color, because it's easier to see the brush tip then. Okay, so the tilt altitude is affecting the size. We want to also skew it a little bit. Yeah, that little ripple thing is natural. Not all displays have it, but some do. I think, which tablet are you using it on, Mir, that you're seeing that the ripple thing? Let's try ratio again and see what happens. No, it's not changing anything. I'm going to turn on pressure for ratio, see if that changes anything as well. No, it doesn't seem to be changing anything. Spacing, softness, rotation. Okay, I'm just not sure. Does everyone understand what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to make the brush... Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be worried, Mir. I wouldn't be worried. Okay, so I think we at least have this working, so that's good enough. That's good enough. Now we're gonna try what's left. Clip. We have clip to try. The ripple shows when I move the pen. Maybe we'll take a look at it in a little bit, Mir. Let's see if we can find in my GS1 1333. Okay, where's clip? Where's my buddy clip? A lot more pressure? Okay. Well, it's bonded. There's no like air gap because it is a laminated display. So at least that's good. Okay, now we're in clip. Let me go ahead and do one more thing. I'm going to make sure this icon is pinned to taskbar, so it's always available. Okay. Now what we want to do is get to my notes, and now we're going to do clip. And let me take a quick look at... Okay, I've been going on for 2 hours. Let's see. Let's pick a brush. A thick paintbrush, like... Okay, this is asymmetric. We'll try dry gouache. Gouache? I actually don't know how to pronounce it. Sorry, I'm trying to type this in here. The brush is dry gouache. 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 Okay. Clip setting makes me feel like I need to learn engineering or brush setting. It is like that. It is like that. Hi, Laws, Bret Art. Good to see you. We're learning how all apps configure tilt and barrel rotation. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. So let's get to this thing. And first thing I'm going to do is just reset all the settings to default. Okay. And I'm going to move this over, and I'll drag it in when I need to. And let's just see what happens. Let's just see what the default behavior is. So barrel rotation does nothing, tilt elevation does nothing, and tilt azimuth does nothing, and brush direct. Sorry, like the movement of the brush doesn't affect anything. Okay. So it's basically a neutral brush, okay? So nothing is rotating the brush, okay? And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take, I'm gonna set this, make sure none of these are changing it. I'm just gonna put this at no pressure change, okay? So turn pressure off. We wanna turn it off. We do not want pressure to change anything because that's just going to make things complicated, okay? And I'm pressing, nothing's happening. Fantastic. Okay, so it's a very, it is an asymmetric brush, which is good. Okay, there we go. You can always see it. Now, what do we want to do? I'm going to turn, I want blending mode. Right now I'm going to set the blending mode to normal because it's confusing me with its other blending mode. Let's set this a little darker. Okay, this is fine. It's fine. It's a bit slow. It's laggy because it clips the clip. First thing is we want to try barrel rotation because that's usually the simplest one. How do you set barrel rotation? How do you set barrel rotation? We want not brush size. We want brush shape, I think. Nope. Brush tip. I think it's probably angle. Let's try it. We want this to be set to, I think, look at the icon is a spinny thing. So it says pen tilt, which should say barrel rotation. So let's move this out of the way and try it. Okay, you see it? What I'm doing, I'm spinning. So the tilt is correct, so the barrel rotation is correct. Let's make sure the angles are right. The buttons are north, and the mouth is to the east. So, okay, if I rotate 90 left, 90 down, so it's pointing south. Yeah, so the angles are correct. The angles are correct. Let's take a screenshot of this and make sure we know, right? So basically we went to brush shape, brush tip, and we went to angle, and then we configured, what was this again? Pen tilt, which is barrel rotation. And let me take a better screenshot so I see the entire thing. Okay, so we know barrel rotation now. We know how to do that. I'm gonna turn this off to none. Okay, let's just verify nothing is happening. Yep. Okay, now we're gonna try angle to direction of pen, which should mean azimuth. Okay, so is this right or wrong? Let's take a look. So rotation, barrel rotation is not doing anything, but watch this. Pointing south, pointing east, pointing north, pointing west. It's all working. So let's take a screenshot to make sure we know. Direction of pen is tilt azimuth. Let's take a screenshot. Oops. Oh, it hides that. That's so silly. Okay. Let's see. How did I take a screenshot before? Every time I take a screenshot, it disappears. That's the problem. Okay, there we go. I got it. Okay. So I'll paste it, and it's very similar. We just set, hang on, Control C, Control V. Why is it not doing that? I'm sorry, give me a second. Whatever. I'll just type it in manually. I know you can't see it. Brush shape. Couldn't. Is this thing touches on? Turn that off. Yeah, it's interfering. Brush tip. Brush tip. And then what is it? Angle pen tilt. Angle direction of pen, which is pen azimuth, tilt azimuth. Okay, so we've solved that riddle. Now we got what is that last one? Oh yeah, we need tilt. Where's my brushes? We need tilt altitude to change the size. Okay, so let's turn off this stuff on angle. So make that none. Oh, I gotta get back to my brush here. Which one was it? It was a thick paintbrush. It was, I think it was one of these. Maybe it was this one. Which brush did I use here? Dry Go. Yeah, it was this. Okay. Okay. So nothing's there is something rotating it. So let's change that. Let's stop the rotation. The none. Pressure's not affecting it. That's good. Never trying CSP Mir says the setting names confuse me. I don't blame you. But I think CSP is it's like a technician's tool. It's almost like an engineering tool, honestly. It's, to me, in my brain, it's more like an IDE, an integrated developer environment in some ways than people would suspect. Okay, I want the size to be affected by not the pressure, but by tilt. And I don't know why they do this. I don't know what the benefit is, but I'm gonna get rid of it. Okay. And let's see now. So it's top, big, rotate down. Okay, so this is interesting. It is affecting it, but the preview's not showing, right? Let's take a look if we can fix that. Preferences. I think we want tools, no, interface, right? Cursor. So we want brush type cursors to be the brush, we want this, I think, brush size. Or no, brush size. Okay, I'm just gonna set the brush size. Let's do that, okay? Let's see what happens here. Oh, drawing with the eraser. Okay, it's not doing what I hoped. Let's try this again. And let's put the ink. Oh, it's a modal. That's why it wasn't drawing with me. Okay, that's not what I want. And I'm gonna make the ink darker. I want brush tilt. Let's see what the heck these settings do. I don't even know. Let's set min to 0 and this to 1000 and see what happens. Okay, it's bigger when I tilt. So it's doing the right thing. See how big it is when I'm tilted? But now if I'm not tilted, it's small. Okay, so it's doing the right thing. This is the right setting, roughly speaking. This probably doesn't need to be 1000. I'm gonna set it to 400, just see what happens. And let me make the color dark, because I think that'll help you see. So, elevation, pen is vertical, now I'm tilting down, and now it's big. So it is working, but I also wanna make sure if we can get the brush size preview. So let us get back here. Preferences to, I want brush shape. I don't know why it's not updating the shape. That's a very nice texture though, I'll tell you that. Okay, so it is working. Let's just take a screenshot and tell. This is what we want. Okay, whew, we actually got through all the apps. Oh no, we have still a Photoshop to deal with. Now we have, this was tilt altitude. This was brush size, click on this, enable tilt. Okay, now we're gonna do Photoshop. I can't believe we've actually gotten all these going. Okay, I need to take a quick break. I need just a little bit of a snack and I'll come right back, okay? I'll be right back. Okay, I am back, and I see we have a question from Laws Bread Art. Which apps have you been trying this with so far? So we've done Rebel, we've done Clip Studio Paint, we just got through that. Krita, and the fourth one we want to do, which we're about to do, is Photoshop. I'm really glad we did this experiment because I am learning a ton. And I'm going to have feedback for certain apps about naming. I think probably I'm okay actually with Krita's naming of these features. Krita calls. I would ask probably Krita to call this one barrel rotation. CSP. I think I'm okay with tilt elevation for tilt altitude. That's fine. It's intuitive enough. Tilt direction makes sense too, right? I don't think I'm hung up. I'm not hung up on the word azimuth. But I'll send feedback to CSP saying, well, let me put it this way. I'm going to put in red what it should be called, okay? Barrel rotation. That's what I would call this. Actually, and let me... where's the editing thing? There we go. Let's always show this. Okay, that's the red is the correct. What I would prefer them to call it. I'm going to ask them to call it that. Therefore, I would like Clip Studio to also use barrel rotation instead of pen tilt. I would like Clip Studio to change tilt to, tilt elevation, right? Make these match up. I think that's the right thing for users. And tilt direction, yeah, I want them to use this as well. It'll get a little tricky with Rebel because Rebel combines the features in slightly different ways. So this, I would want them to change. Okay, to tilt directions. They have pen rotation now, which is like what? And then instead of tip, this is a weird one because it's not a setting. Tip tilt is like a combination of an effect and the tilt elevation. The feature names combined in a different way. In other words, turning on tip tilt does the mapping. Okay? Like it itself is the mapping. So maybe they should rename it to something like tilt by elevate, like this. Tilt by... I'm making up a long name, but you get the idea. I just want the word elevation in there, okay? I think that would help. No one's going to pay attention to what I say. And instead of pen rotation, they should obviously change this to barrel rotation. If they wanted to, they could change it to barrel roll. I wouldn't complain. At least to be consistent with Apple. So those are all the changes I would suggest to people so far. Krita, I would only have one suggested change. But everyone else, I would say, hey, I would like you to see a slightly different way of doing this. I'm going to have to confirm that the tip tilt in Rebel works the way I think it does. If anyone's fooled around with another app and knows what the settings are called there, let me know. I'm really curious. Okay, so... hang on a second. Okay. I want to get to Photoshop. Open. Okay, Photoshop is launching. Give me a second. As I figure this out. Okay. Home. What am I doing? You can just see me do it. Yeah, sure. I guess this is fine. Okay. Sure. Got it. Generate image. Sure. Whatever. Okay. Let's get a brush here. And, sorry, the selection was there. Deselect. Now, I don't paint in Photoshop, so I'm sure some of you are going to have to, like, educate me a little bit. What the? I don't want this on. Stop it. I hate when they do things like this. When there's like how do I get rid of this? You understand? This thing is on my screen and I can't. Deselect. It just, yeah, I get it. I don't want this. Is there an X button somewhere? I don't even see it. Photoshop is such a, okay, I'm irritated now. Okay, what do we want? Do I have a brush that draws? I do. I know. It's a mask maybe. Or something. Cancel. I don't even know what the hell it's doing. Okay, where's the normal paintbrush? This one. Let's deselect. Increase size. Okay, I need a regular brush. So, general brushes, dry media. Let's take a look. That's still too hard for me. I need a very irregular looking brush. Otherwise it'll be... That's too regular still. That's too regular for sure. Let's try wet media brushes. This might work. I'd like it a little less regular, actually. How about this thing? That might work. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so what was that brush? That was the Wet Media Kyle's Paintbox Wet Blender 50. Okay, let me write that down. In Photoshop. I'm gonna just move this over so I can see this again. It was, sorry. Dry media brushes, okay. Dry media brushes. It was a Kyle something. Kyle's Inkbox Classic Cartoonist. Kyle's Inkbox. I don't know, is that just a... It's strange that this name Kyle, I don't recall installing any brushes or anything. Or, I don't know if Photoshop can even do that. I just surprised to see a person's name. Kyle's Classic something. Kyle's Inkbox Classic Cartoonist. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. Cartoonist. And... Barrel's not doing anything, Elevation's not doing anything, and Azimuth is not doing anything. So there's no rotation of any kind that I can detect. It did flip for a second, so something is happening, though I don't know why. Okay? You can see it rotated. Now what caused that? No clue. Pressure's not doing anything. So it's a little bit of a mess right now. Kyle T. Webster, is he famous, Losbert, in Photoshop? Okay, what happened there? Oh, the mouse moved it. Okay, that's why. Hi there, Fruppy. We're just testing Tilt Out. We just completed Clip Studio, Rebel, and Krita, and now we're doing Photoshop, which I rarely use for this purpose. I only do photo editing in Photoshop. And very basic things at that. Okay, so let's make the brush an actual color or something gray. Why is it not drawing? Is a question I have. That's I don't even know. He's known as the brush dude. He quit Adobe, now works for Procreate. Okay, his name does sound familiar. His name does sound familiar now that you mention it. Okay, why is this brush not drawing though? Strength is 90. Normal. Am I just crazy here? Is it supposed to be drawing? Am I crazy? And why is it when I move the mouse over here, it shows me the brush, and I'm like, what? I can't actually click here. I'm using something's wrong with Photoshop. Okay, I don't know. It just got in a weird state. Oh, what? Okay, let me try a different brush. Maybe this is not what I wanted. And maybe I need to just restart Photoshop or something. This is very weird. Let's set this back to this size. Why is it... stupid menu. Am I just crazy, folks? I mean, am I just nuts? Maybe, oh, I switched to Wet Blender. That's what it was. This was Cartoonist. Yeah, okay, I'm stupid. Sorry, I made a mistake. I was using a blending brush, but there's nothing to blend. Okay, no worries. That's a blender. Don't want a blender. Kyle's Real Oils. Let's see if this is good. That's good enough. It is asymmetric. Looks like a cat. Kyle's, what was it called? Kyle's Real Oils 01. Okay, great. Okay, and why am I not drawing? Okay, it is drawing. Okay. It's Real Oils. Let's just double check. Okay, it is an oil brush. It is very oily indeed. I don't want to be so dark because I want to see the shape. Okay. Let's create another layer so I don't. Okay. So this. I'm trying to figure out what the shape does not live rotate. It seems to. It's rotating, though the cursor doesn't rotate, which is weird. Let's turn off any pressure. Can I do that? Can I turn off pressure? If anyone knows these settings, let me know, because I'm not used to Photoshop. Remember that. Oh, I don't know what that did. I don't know what I just did. Okay. Is this a setting for pressure? How about this? Smoothing options. What's this do? You all can tell I know nothing about Photoshop for drawing. You already know. Okay, I'm gonna have to use the internet to figure this out. I'm gonna go Google. I typed in Google into Google just now. Adobe Photoshop tilt for brushes. Let's just see what it says there. I just need to get to the brush settings UI. The brush setting panels. Use left. Where's the brush settings panel? F5. Okay, there we go. Is there a shortcut to clear the layer? Shape dynamics. Control. I'm going to turn this off. Painting is not happening again. Why is it doing this? Brush. What's this mean? Is touch on this thing? Okay, this is confusing. I gotta think about this. I was drawing a second ago, but now it's not working. The setting I changed was this thing. I swear to you. Oh, I'm so frustrated. Maybe. Oh, no wonder. I'm hitting these buttons accidentally. That's one of the problems that's happening. Okay, it's at least drawing. Let's figure this out. Okay, great. Pressure's not affecting it, which is fine. Is your background layer... Oh, that might be it. Yeah. Thank you. That didn't help. I mean, what you said helped, is what I'm trying to say. So we've done that. I thought delete would erase the layer like it doesn't create in clip, but I guess it doesn't. Okay, so let's turn this off. I just want to make sure nothing's... I want less settings, right? Okay. And let me change my screen here, so... Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna turn off as much stuff as possible, okay? I just don't want weird things happening. Shape dynamic. I'm gonna turn off shape dynamics, okay? Okay, now I'm gonna turn it back on. Let's do barrel rotation. Okay, I think this... Oh gosh, I don't even know. Let me try brush tip shape. When in doubt, add new layer. Yes, yes, that is the way. That is the way. Okay, so I don't think it's rotating. Yeah, delete deletes the full layer, which is not what I'm expecting. I wanted just to clear the layer. I bet you shift delete will do it. Nope, that doesn't do it at all. Okay. How do I do barrel rotation here? Angle jitter. Let's just try this. We'll set this to rotation. Okay, that's actually doing it. Unfortunately, I made this. I switched brushes in the middle of all this nonsense. Watch, the shape is actually... It's hard to see with this brush. Let's go back here. Sorry for putting you all through this struggle. Let's turn off everything again. Whichever brush I was in. Okay, watch. See the shape? Now I'm rotating it. And you can see the shape is in a different orientation. Okay, now is that me or is that random? That's the question. Oh, layers. Hello, new layer. Okay. Okay, it's not doing what I thought it was doing, actually. Let's turn this off. Let's set this to rotation. See what happens there. Yeah, see the rotation? Sorry, pressing the button. That's why. If I go straight, there's no rotation. But if I rotate, so it looks like angle jitter and control rotation is at least partially correct. Let's see, angle. I don't know why it's jitter. Maybe I might be misunderstanding what's going on. I set angle jitter to 0 and then control rotation to 0 and control to rotation. Okay. Now let's try direction. You use rotation, Jeru. I want direction. And I'm hoping this means the tilt azimuth. Well, the barrel rotation is actually affecting it, which is not what I... No, it isn't. Hang on. Let's... actually, let me look up Photoshop shortcut. To erase layer. I don't want to delete it, I just want to erase it. It says delete or control backspace. Okay, well, they're lying. Because what actually happens is deletes the layer, which is not what I want. Let's try backspace. Okay, backspace works. Okay. It is hard to understand what's going on here because I can't. Stupid. No, that rotation's not me. It's actually watching the pen direction. That's what this must mean. Let me turn it off to see if it'll avoid that. No, it's still doing it, which is interesting. I want it off. Okay. Okay, yeah. So pen direction means like the direction of travel. But I want well, I'm gonna try pen tilt, right? It may not be the right thing. Oh, backspace was actually deleting the layer too. I just didn't. I had so many layers I didn't notice. Okay, I want this set to pen tilt, and let's see what happens. Well, the preview of the brush isn't correct, but the actual stroke of the brush is, I think, following, right? And it's not the okay. Again, I wish the cursor, sorry, the brush outline would curve as well. Okay, so I believe it's under brush settings. Man, this is a real interesting... I feel like I'm doing archaeology right now. Brush settings. Shape dynamics. And we want angle jitter to be pen tilt. And that means azimuth. Okay? When it's rotation, it's barrel rotation. Some of you notice this little thing appearing. Let me see if I can find it. There's a little menu that seems to appear every now and then. No, that's not it. Something here is a button for... Yeah, there we go. You see it when I press... There's like an invisible button on Wacom right above where the physical button is. And I'm going to turn that off because I keep accidentally hitting it. I'll do Wacom Center. Let me turn these. It's express keys. There's actually two little other disabled. There we go. And this is going to be other disabled as well. Finally. I've got some peace with this thing. Because that menu was coming up all the time. Okay, backspace, get rid of this. Okay, so you better... Oh, there we go. You can see it, the direction now. See? Okay, so that was pen tilt as azimuth. Now we need elevation for size. Okay, so let's take this off. Make sure nothing's affecting the rotation. Then we're going to... First, we'll just set size jitter. I don't know why they use the word jitter, by the way. That's very confusing. We want that to be pen tilt, I'll bet you. Yep. So as I... You see it gets bigger, right? And it's not pressure. Pressure's not doing shit. Sorry, I shouldn't cuss like that. It's not doing anything. It's jumpy. It's jumpy, though. Which makes me wonder if there's a curve involved. What is this? That is pen tilt. What is tilt scale? I'm going to move this to 100 just to see what happens. There's like it snaps. You see that? From 0 to like 45 degrees, nothing happens, then it gets big. It's almost like there's a pressure curve. A tilt curve, but I don't see one. Let's also change the roundness jitter to pen tilt. Let's just make sure. You see it's getting more, it's weird, huh? I don't think the roundness is doing anything, to be honest. So I'm going to turn this off. Off. I'm going to turn off. No, I want to leave that on to pen tilt. Why is this checked? Don't know. Oh. Minimum tilt scale. What does this do? Let's try it out. It's weird. It is just weird. It doesn't affect... As far as I can tell, it is size jitter pen tilt. But that would be tilt altitude. Tilt altitude. I understand why they might just say tilt. I do kind of get it. Like, if you're changing the size of a brush, you would not change it to the azimuth angle, but just the tilt elevation. I get that. I get that. Now, does Photoshop have a tilt curve? Let's see if it's actually anywhere. No, they does not have one. It does not have one. What if I set this to like 10%? Does it make any difference? It's just having less effect. If I set it to 200, it should have more effect. Is this theory correct? We'll see. It's funny because like it sort of resets. Sorry, this is its normal shape, and when I tilt it over, it gets big. And you see that snap? That was weird. For some reason it doesn't change. as directly as you'd think. Okay, so I think we learned enough. We've tried all these apps now with Tilt. We know the situation is very weird. I'm gonna have to study the way Photoshop does it. I'll have to watch some tutorials. This is harder than I expected, to be honest. Now again, I don't think Photoshop is probably the right choice, to be honest, for painting, but I know many people do it. I prefer Clip, I prefer Krita. Maybe Adobe Fresco would be a better choice. Actually, you know what? Now that we've said that, let's just take a look at Fresco. Let me close Photoshop. Where's Adobe? Let me find Fresco. I'll show you what I'm doing here. Fresco, let's install. I don't think anyone uses Fresco. I can't believe I knew so little about how to implement Tilt in these apps. But at least now I have half the apps I tried, I have an understanding of what to do. With the other half, it's a little confusing. I'm most confused by Photoshop. Okay, it's installing. It's almost there. Laws. Lawsbury, you're talking about creating a new layer? Oh, you do? Okay, sorry. Yeah, okay. Every year I try Fresco. Every year I say, oh, I'm going to learn Fresco this year. And I install it, and I try it for a day, and I never touch it. And then I uninstall it, and wait till next year. Same, just every time. It's for animation. I thought you could just do, yes, you can do animation, but I thought it could also just do normal. I didn't think it was only meant for animation. I thought it was for general stuff as well. Okay, let's create a new, and I think it's on iPad and Windows. Is it on Mac OS? And does it work on Android? I don't think it works on Android. But I don't enjoy painting on it. Change your power plant. No, I'm not going to change that right now. Okay, sure, whatever. Whatever. Okay, sure. I want another kind of brush. How about dry media? How about hard pastel? It feels like there are too many options. In Fresco, I could see why. It's not, there's a lot of stuff here. It's not a trivial application anymore. Or, I don't know if it ever was a trivial thing. How about marker? We should have remember, I'm just looking for a brush preview, which is asymmetric. I'm clicking and there's a delay. Charcoal should have something. Oh man, I'm looking for a very strange brush, right? Which brush has a very weird shape? Charcoal pencil variant? Nope. Doesn't feel intuitive to myself. It's supposed to be intuitive, but I agree with you. I don't think it is. But you've got more experience than I do. Okay, this should be what I need. Okay, that's a little too crazy. It's an effect brush, so that's gonna do some weird things. Be better if I had something that wasn't so effect ridden. That's actually cool. Okay, maybe we can use this brush, maybe. Where's the settings? Angle, don't care. Foliage, nope. Blend, no. It's probably shape dynamics. Size, jitter, okay. So let's turn off none. So pressure's not affecting anything now. Light and heavy producing same effects. I'm gonna have to change colors. I don't want to keep on deleting layers, so I'm gonna change colors. Heavy is not making a difference. Light's not making a difference. Not for size, anyway. Shape dynamics. Angle jitter. Azimuth. They use the word azimuth. Look at this. Azimuth. So let's... I don't want jitter. Okay, so all these leaves should be being drawn in the same direction now. Let's see if that's the case. They're all going left. Now, as I change the brush, are they changing their position? They are. They're actually rotating. This is a bad brush. I don't like this. I want a brush that's more obvious how it works. Maybe I should not have used this pixel brush thing. These FX brushes. Let's go back to dry media. Nope, that's not going to help me. Conte. They're too symmetric. I can't use them if they're too symmetric. Because I can't see the rotation. Oh. Okay, this should help. But I need to see the cursor too. That's gonna... App settings. Restore, toolbar, input. Touch brushes. They've got a pressure curve here. Interesting, I don't know why they do this. After everything I've talked about pressure curves and how not to mess them up, they go and do this, which is actually making the brush too sensitive. I just want to see the brush cursor match the actual brush. Favorite painting app? Well, Clip Studio. Clip Studio. Though I've been, I've always wanted to learn Rebelle. I fool around with it, but I'm not really like a Rebelle. I just fool around with it. So I'm going to turn off the size. I'm going to turn off angle jitter. I'm going to turn this off. It's so hard on iPad, PC. Though I'm doing a lot of lately. I'm sketching a lot with Clip on my Wacom Moving Pad Pro 14. Which I love. I love that device, honestly. I'm so bad at this. What the hell is a go-go brush or impressionist? Okay, this might be useful. At least I can see what's happening. I'm gonna decrease the spacing a little bit. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna decrease the size jitter. I'm gonna turn down the angle jitter and turn off this direction. Okay, look. Now the question is, okay, at least we can see the shape. And I'm going left to right, and it's rotating. Now, why is it rotating? Am I causing a rotation? BHP says, I'm a beginner and just bought a drawing display. It's a good question. I'll share a page. Maybe at least we'll get you started. It's just links. Give me a second, PHP. It's what's the page called? Digital art. It's called Learning Digital Art. So I'm gonna just. It's not a great page, but it's what I got. It's what I got. Hang on a second. I've got to launch the stream so that I can paste this into chat for you. Pop out the chat. Paste. Hopefully that will help you, PHP. Proco. Oh, I've not. I need to try that out. The truth is, all my art right now is just meme art, like literally peepos, right? And I'm not ashamed of it. I'm in my phase where I just want to draw stupid stuff. Trust me, everyone on the Discord server is way better than me. But I don't feel ashamed about it at all. Okay. There. I'm going to rotate the... This is weird. I feel like... Oh, God, I hate this. How do I clear this thing? How do I clear a layer? Oh, here we go. Clear layer. Okay, I'm going to hold it vertically and go up and down. Okay? I'm going to tilt to the right. Is it predictable? So it's following the movement direction of the pen to tilt. That's not what I want. Yeah, I would agree with that. What Laws Bread Art says, as long as you are having fun with it. That is, I 100% agree with that. Scattering. Don't let this scatter. None. This is tough. Stamp count jitter, none. This may just be a bad brush. Honestly. I'm going to turn off color dynamics as well. Oh no, I kind of need color dynamics actually. It's the one thing that's keeping it obvious what the... So that... Alex says, between Huion Canvas 13 Gen 3 and Wacom 114, versus XP Pen Artist 12 Gen 3. Okay, yeah, it's easy answer. Here's the order. Number 1, Canvas 13 Gen 3. Number 2, Artist 12 Gen 3. Or Artist 13 Gen 2, honestly. And then after that, Wacom 114, DTC 141. And the reason for that is the pen is just not great. If Wacom had given a better pen, I'd rank it up higher. However, there's another problem. If you have to get your video signal with HDMI, you're going to have to spend another $100 with the Wacom 114 because you have to buy this Wacom converter box and you have to buy like 3 cables. So the tablet costs, I don't know, $300 or something, but really it's going to cost $400, the Wacom 114, because you have to buy that box. Most people will need to buy that box. Unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. I just don't know what is controlling this thing. I don't want size to control, pressure to control size. I'm just going back and forth with the pen vertical. Now if I do a circle like this, okay, roughly speaking, all of the, there's just too much jitter, for God's sake. There is just too much jitter. And I don't know why, because there's nothing supposed to be making the thing change like that. This is frustrating, actually. Messy square, let's see. How about Surround? That is not good. Remember, I'm looking for a brush that helps me see something. I'm not necessarily criticizing the brush. Lawsbro, I'm using it in 2.0 and have done for many years, but drawing on the iPad has ruined pen tablet's drawing experience. So you like the iPad experience better than the pen tablet? That's it. The next question, what about iPad versus pen display? What do you think there? I am curious. Blotty ink, maybe. Okay, I'm gonna just search on the web. Fresco. Fresco, Adobe Fresco. Brush cursor preview. I just want to turn it on. It's hard to see what's happening if I don't have it on. It's a lot of people are asking for this feature that I'm talking about, but they don't have it. For painting, I love iPad. For design, into okay, that makes sense. So everyone's saying there should be, but there is no actual. But I'm going to take a look because maybe Adobe added something in app settings, wherever app settings is. Under input, there should be. What's this? Brushes, brush pre. Oh, there is. Brush stamp. Here we go. Now we're in. Let's get the brush bigger here. Don't worry, we're gonna. I don't see the stamp anywhere. How do I change the brush size? I think I see it now. How do I change the brush size here? I think it's this, right? Yeah. Okay, we're getting there. It's very thin, that's the problem. So I'm going to change this to white. Now you can see it. Okay, this is fine. Now we can start doing some things, okay? Let's make this bigger. Let's say, yeah, 500, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay, finally. Okay, this brush, barrel rotation is not affecting it. Pressure is, obviously. The tilt altitude is affecting it. It's a sudden transition, though. It's a very weird. And what about tilt direction? Yeah, it looks like tilt direction is actually affecting it. Yes. Chris Piasek. Yeah. He really likes Fresco. He really likes Fresco. I hate the small screen of iPad, Laws Bret Art says, so I would love to try a big screen tablet. Okay, that makes sense. I totally hear you. Even the large iPad is like too small for me. I need 16-inch display is too small for me. I need something else. Okay, I think I have this now. So shape dynamics, turn off this. Okay, so now it's always the same size. Angle jitter, I'm gonna turn the jitter off. Much more controlled now. Okay, so I don't know why it's. Oh, I get it. Excuse me. This took forever to figure out. Okay. So with Fresco, it is under shape, brush settings, shape dynamics. Brush settings, shape dynamics, and I also put a note: turn on cursor preview in app settings. Hi, Drinkwater, good to see you. We've been going at this a while now. Thank you, Laws Bret Art. I have old eyes too, Lost Bird Art. I remember the first time I realized I had old eyes. I had to read a menu at a restaurant, and I had to move it away from me to read it. Okay, and then brush settings, dynamic. We want to turn off all the things. That's the first thing we got to do. Size control, none. Angle control, none. Okay. So the tilt elevation or azimuth, altitude is affecting this in a weird way. And I'm going to try to sort out why. There is something very strange about this. I'm going to turn off size jitter completely. It's gone. No, see it's getting like it's skewing. That is controlled by something. It's not in shape dynamics. Oops, I reset the brush. My mistake. None. What are your thoughts on UG UEC? I've never used it, Alex. I think Tio on tech, I think he may have been using it, so I defer to him on this. Age-related eye deterioration seems to be happening, all right? It's quite, yeah, it is. It is. Your eyes get old, and suddenly they have trouble focusing in on things. It used to be like young people. I could focus in on something right touching my eyelashes, right? And now, like, I can see it here, kind of. Actually, I see it here, and then now it's blurred. So there's a very thin zone without my glasses. With the glasses, I'd have to move something to read it, like here. I'd have to keep it away from me a bit. Okay, come on, what's next? Let's get back here. I do need this to be a bit larger as well. Yeah, see how it gets thin? That's the tilt elevation. But there's no setting to control it. Is it transfer? Nope. Is it scattering? Nope. It has to be shape dynamics, but I don't see anything in here. Let me turn this off. Okay, so at least I know shape dynamics. I just find it weird that they say some of these things. Shape dynamics, angle jitter. Set it to angle control, rather. Control. Set that. That is direction. No, you want azimuth. Azimuth. And when we do that, which I'm glad they used the word azimuth. It is depressing. It is depressing. Because your eyes are so important, you know? And I know I have glasses, but except for the glasses, my eyesight used to be... With glasses, my eyesight was great. I didn't have any complaints. But once you start having trouble reading things close, it gets irritating. So, you know, I don't really want to wear, what do you call it? Bifocals. I don't know. I could get progressive lenses, but I don't know if I like them. It's easier for me just to take off my glasses to read something, which I do all the time. Okay, sorry, I am going to go back here, and I'm going to go back to shape dynamics and turn on angle control azimuth, and it's controlling the direction, and barrel rotation is not doing anything. Okay, so shape dynamics. Instead of azimuth, what happens if I do direction? Okay, direction is the movement of the pen direction. They don't seem to have a barrel roll here. So let's double check. Let's see, Alex says, do you think the Huion Canvas 13 Gen 3 pen and screen is way better than the... No, I'd say that about the same, Alex, honestly. But it is 1 inch bigger, okay? Like, so that is something. Also, I think, with the Artist 12 3rd generation, it comes with the X4 pen, which the unit I had seemed good, but I need to test like 3 or 4 of them before I say that pen is, is better or worse than the PW600 pen that comes with the Huion. The reason that's important is the PW600 pens are very good with the Huion. They're very good. They're very consistent unit to unit as well. Yeah, 22-inch screen is a good size, and just for reference, because I know this is going to come up at some point, this is my current recommendation if you don't want to spend a lot of money. XP Pen Artist Pro 22 Gen 2. Take a look at the price now. It's so it's 2.5K, and it's one of the best deals on the market right now. Look, it's normally $700, which is a good price, by the way, but right now it's like $490. So if anyone of you are looking for, if you're okay with XP Pen as a brand, I would say this is one of my highly recommended ones. The thing I'd put above this is the Cintiq 24, the 2025 version, which is I think 1,000 something. But like, this is good. This is incredible value. Incredible value, because you don't get 22 inches for 500 all the time, and it's a good tablet. Yes, Lawsborough, they do play nice with Mac. Yes. Okay, I'm trying to find barrel rotation. Adobe Fresco. Barrel rotation. Seems like there is something here. Yeah, how much is this Cintiq actually? Cintiq 24, which I do love. Don't get me wrong, I do love it. 225. I think it's like 1,000 something. 1,000. Let's take a look. Which one did you get, BHP? Okay, look, it's 1,300. This isn't even the touch version. Okay? So this is my point. You're going to pay less than half. In fact, what is the cost? $490 divided by 1,300 is what? You're going to pay 37%, meaning almost a third. 2/3 less than this, and you'll get a 22-inch decent pen display. Okay, how do I do barrel rotation? I don't see it here. I just don't think they have it. I don't think they have it, so I'm going to just note that down. No apparent barrel rotation. And the angle control, what was it? It was azimuth, which I know. And we have, yeah, they don't have barrel rotation, so that's it. That's it. They just have azimuth. Yeah, it's a lot. Don't get me wrong, I love it. I love the Cintiq 24. I have the Cintiq 24 Touch, as a matter of fact. And I love it. I think it's one of the... Wacom has had an amazing year this year. They have released great products all over the place, right? The Intuos Pro, which I know, it's very polarizing. The new Cintiqs, the moving pads, right? I couldn't choose, so I just bought this. Oh, you spent some real money there. So you spent like $3,000. The Cintiq 22 Pro. It's a great tablet. That's actually the best performing 22-inch tablet. My only negative with that is the fan noise, which I do not like. Laws Brett says, if I still want to use Mine 2.0s and use XP Pen Screen Tab, is it going to be a massive headache? Yes. Yeah. So answer me this, Laws Brett. Are you on Mac or Windows? Because that will affect the theory of how this works. 27 is too big. Yeah, I have a 27-inch Cintiq Pro. You know, people don't realize how big 27 inches actually is when it's right up in your face. It blocks your view of the desk. It's hard to get your hand around it to like touch it, you know, to move a keyboard or something. It's a real in your face. Garcia says, I love his channel. Check out Garcia Art's channel. I love his channel. I actually listened to watched a live stream with Google Translate going on, or Chrome translating. So I couldn't understand the Spanish, but at least I could respond to chat. Garcia says, Huion display tablets work well with HiPaint app on Android because HiPaint is owned by Huion. I've heard people say that, but I'm not sure. I am not sure. I'd like to see some more clear evidence of that. Not to doubt people, but like, Huion did have an app that was on the store and disappeared. And then HiPaint appeared. And somehow people made the connection that this new app, HiPaint, was from Huion. I don't think that's true. Or at least, maybe it has some genealogy related to it, right? But I don't think Huion's making that app. But we can find out. Okay, laws were at 2019 Intel. Okay, so you have a Mac, a 2019 Intel, and your question is, okay, so here's the straight truth, okay? Let me try, let's put my face here. So, I'm gonna give you the full story even though you use a Mac. To use two tablets, you have to have both tablet drivers. On Windows, this usually leads to a disaster, and people essentially have to do things like uninstall the tablet driver when they want to switch tablets, okay? And some people have built scripts. I think Cammy Luna did. She can switch fast, but it's not easy, okay? Okay, and it's just a mess on Windows for technical reasons. You can theoretically make it work, but even that requires some crazy things. I've tried many times and it always ends up breaking. So that's the problem with Windows. With Mac, now I've only used drawing tablets with what do you call it? They're the M series chips, they're ARM chips. So I can't comment on Intel Mac. But I can say, in my experience, I've had I have 5 drivers or 4 drivers installed on my MacBook Pro, my Mac Studio, and my M4 Mac Mini. They have not interfered, okay? Some people do say multiple tablet drivers interfere on Mac. I believe them, but I have not personally had that problem, right? The good news is, you can test it. Just, install the driver even if you don't have the tablet, see what happens. Because you don't need another tablet to have the driver, at least that'll tell you something. So there's no definitive answer, but I think overall people are okay on the Mac with multiple tablet drivers. Honestly, let's see, Ben Boykman says, honestly, despite that I want the 24-inch Cintiq, I feel like having it at 22 would be more. I agree with you. 24 for me is just a little too large. I want a little smaller. Okay, I'm tired of tilt testing. Now I'm just going to relax. And let's just see if there's anything happening on YouTube land. Is there anything happening on YouTube land of interest? All this tilt testing just burned my brain out. Let's take a look at my notifications here. I draw with it every day. Okay, I'll reply to this. My job is... Let's see, what's this say? Oh yeah, this person has multiple... Yeah. I upgraded to S9 FE. I think my advice for this person, because they're wondering about the size. I would say this. I have a page. I mean, I won't write the answer right now, but it is good to be paranoid about sizes, like which one you're going to pick for your tablet. I would give people this advice. Go and I'll show it to you so you see it. It's the word cardboard. Cardboard. There we go. And I think you should just cut out a piece of cardboard. Like, look up the dimensions on Wacom's site, cut it out, and see what it feels like. Okay? See what it feels like. Because too small, it's going to irritate you. It's going to hurt your hand, actually. Too big, you can deal with, but you got to rearrange your desk a little bit. Remember, you can always shrink the active area. Okay? Let's see. Big fan of Stylus X. I loved how they translated the Procreate experience. Yes. Yes. People were teaching me how to use it because they have Procreate. So they were helping me out on stream. I will try that, Alex. I will actually do that. It is very good. I think Tio had a little bit of stability problems with it. I don't think I did. But I will do a stream on it again. But I've got to learn too. Like, I don't want to do a stream and feel like, because I was very incompetent in that stream. I needed so much help. Artismia made a good point. If your eyes are used to the Retina displays, the Cintiq, yeah, that's true. That is true. I don't think they're soft. I think the pixels are crisp. Maybe they're a little soft, but they're not blurry. They're not blurry. Okay. But yeah, it's a good point. If you are used to an iPad, you look at this, you're going to sit close to Cintiq and you're going to notice the pixels. There's no getting around that. Now, you will see blurriness in the fact that, your icons are being rendered in bigger pixels, and you'll notice that. That's for sure. But I didn't think the display was blurry. It might have been a little soft. I don't recall that. Okay, let's see again. Let's go back to you. Does anything else happen today? I'm just relaxing now. Wacom CL. I'm just gonna click this. Was this today? This is 2 years ago. This is Wacom's Japanese language channel. They stream a lot, and I'm gonna send an email to somebody there and ask them to start doing streams on their English channel, which is the normal Wacom channel for us. But they do a lot of streaming, honestly, right? Let's take a look at their live. They were just live a few days ago. So look, they streamed twice a month ago. They stream at least once a month, okay? At least once a month you get a Wacom stream, but it's Japanese. Sometimes I think they just have someone drawing, as a matter of fact. But the last one was actually, this one was actually pretty good. They actually were talking about the tablets, and I have to I have to find a way to translate these images, because I want to learn how Wacom talks about their tablets and what are they. What's the right word? How they position them. I'm gonna put this in the chat because I want everyone else to make sure they see it. So give me a second. Wacom's latest chat stream. Check out the channel, Wacom WCL. We can start by posting a Marcus appreciation thread on the Wacom subreddit. Marcus. Who do you mean, Marcus Ben Boykmas? Are you or do you mean was it Oscar? He was the Wacom support guy who was really good. Look at this. I can't wait to dig into this. See, they went on for an hour streaming like this, and I thought it was wonderful. I answered, I was talking on chat. There were a bunch of us that were just English speakers only. We were probably half this chat, and they were probably very surprised by that. This is how they positioned their tablets. Sorry, where's my mouse? Yeah, that was Oscar, I think. Oscar. He was great. I think the Wacom support account on Reddit is, I think it's automated. I think right now it is AI. Because I've sent it mail, it doesn't respond to me. And I'm a mod, as it is, on the Wacom subreddit. But Oscar was good. First of all, I like that he had his name there, right? Oscar something. Just an initial. And he really took care of the customers. Like he actually knew what was going on. He saw, how can I explain this to you? He saw beyond the obvious, right? And he wasn't just copying pasting a script. Like it was obvious he was actually engaging with that person. And I don't think I've seen his name pop up, I don't know, quite a while now, but I missed the guy. He was just awesome. Whenever someone had problems, you see Oscar's name, I think it was Oscar, I was always like, okay, he's got this. He will take good care of them. I'm sure they had other people, but I didn't recall having strong feelings about the others. So they may have been good too. I remember Oscar's name a lot. And sad when I realized he wasn't there anymore. So yeah. I will try to dig into this slide deck and see if I can, I don't know, I kind of want to, how can I tell you this? Is there a thing called Google Lens that translates stuff like this? Let me move this over here. So translate what you see. Go to Google Lens. Hang on a second. Oh no, it's an app. I want to just do it. Oh, I've got an idea. We'll do some vibe coding right now. Why not? Why not try a little bit of fun stuff? Okay, we're gonna just build an app. Okay. Start. Okay. Let me move this moving out of the way. Let's see if this actually works. App, this is so funny. I love vibe coding. App, sorry, I'll just say I paste images into the app. The app. These are screenshots of presentation slides. This is their showroom. Got it. I thought it seemed familiar. I think I've seen that many times in their channels. These are screenshots of a PowerPoint slide deck. When I paste in a image, the app translates the Japanese text in the slide and generates an English language version of the slide below the image that I pasted in. Okay. I'm not going to bother fixing the spelling errors. Okay? The reason I love all this stuff is you can just get the tool you want. Let's see if it'll build it for me. Because this could be awesome. We can also try Notebook LM. If this works, I'll be so thrilled, actually. I did want to do vibe coding in the stream. And I actually now, I'm so happy we're actually going to do it. So it's doing OCR. Okay, it's talking about what it's doing. If this works, I'll be so happy. Everyone should be vibe coding. You don't... This will solve problems for you. Instead of trying to learn some app, like Excel or whatever, just ask Google to create a very customized app that does exactly what you need. Don't build something general, just because I have screenshots of Japanese slides and I want the English language version. That's all I care about. It doesn't need to do other things because if I needed to do something else, I can just vibe code a new thing, right? I don't know if I've demoed this to you, but I want you to be... I want this to work because I want you to see the power. And you know what? I'm going to vibe code another app while we're at it. That was actually what I wanted. Okay. Paste or drop slides here. Okay, sure. Let's do it. Let's do it. I love that showroom design. Okay. So I'm going to find a better page than this. There was another slide they had, which was actually super cool. Okay, don't know what this says. Let's find out. Let's take a screenshot. Okay, doesn't have to be perfect. Did it capture it? Did it capture it? Sometimes Windows snipping tool is like a mess. Of course, it's just messed up, isn't it? Snipping tool. Let's launch it. Okay. I'm going to move it over here and try this again. Rectangle. Hello. New. Okay. Sometimes it just doesn't launch correctly. Okay, I've got it. It captured it. Now I'm going to go to that page. And I'm going to paste. Oops. I'm going to paste. Control V. Okay, I pasted it in. Everyone can see it. I'm going to full screen this, okay? So you see what's going on. Look at this. Okay. So I translated it, and now I get the visual. God darn it. Okay, so it's halfway there. Halfway there, right? It actually tried to create this. It did do this visual thing, but I'm not seeing the Japanese words translated on the slide. Okay. It somehow didn't do that, but at least I got the text. That's good. Let's make it better. Okay. The text on the generated slide, the Japanese text should be replaced by the English translation. English version, or the English translation of that text. Okay, let's just see. This is very ambiguous, but sometimes I've learned with these AIs, you can be hyper specific with them, like build this, do this exactly in this order, and sometimes that's good. But sometimes you can just be very just like loose with it. Just say, yeah, just make it work and make like if I ask it build me a tier list maker, it would just do it. I wouldn't have to specify all sorts of stuff. It would give me a basic one, and it would know what I meant because there's lots of examples. Okay, so this wasn't perfect, but it's on the way. Are you getting to see why this is useful? what I want to, so one of the tools I want to build, since I'm talking about this, is, so in my videos on tablets, sometimes I have to like get the specs, okay? Like lines per inch, power, pressure levels, da 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 da. And there's 2 or 3 slides that need to have them formatted a certain way. And I kind of want to tell, I want to give it the template and just say, hey, look, here's the page for this site, for this tablet. Go and fetch the content and place it in the slide, okay? And save the slide for me so I can edit it later. And also show screenshots so that I know why you said it has those specs, right? Because sometimes it does get things wrong. So in essence, I want a picture that shows the, what do you call it? The source, right? Like it said it had 50-80 lines per inch. Show me a screenshot of it in that where it says that. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna do Control C. No, Control V. Let's try this again. Let's control. I'm gonna click this to give it selection. Oh, I did do it. Okay, sorry. Let's see. This is the kind of thing I'm going to be doing on my new channel, which again, the title is going to be 7-bit words, which I want to create this coming week, by the way. No, it's not. You see my frustration. Let's see what it said about this. So it's not doing what I wanted. Let's try a different slide. Okay, that's fair. Maybe there's something unique about this slide which is really confusing. We don't know. Yeah, let's try this. I'm curious literally what this slide is about. Maybe it's confused by the red text, for example, right? We don't know. Okay, Control V. Okay, there it is. It appeared. Oh, I see. It's keeping the old slides. So it did take, look, it got some of the top text. Which size to, oh, look at this. This slide is trying to map the tablet size to the monitor size. That's very useful information. I think they have it a little wrong. They're saying medium-sized tablet goes to a 15 to 24-inch tablet. Well, actually, no, I don't think it's that wrong. I'd have to double-check my recommendations. I think it could be okay. I love seeing stuff like this. Let's see. Monitor size, I think. A matching pen tablet size and monitor size. What do I say? I say for a pen tablet, small should go to 20 to 25. They say small should go to 15 to something. I say medium pen tablet should go to 20 to 30. They say medium should go to 15 to 20. But I'm glad to have, listen, I'm just happy they have a position, okay? I say large should go to 30 or 40. They say large should go to 20, 24. See, you can dispute my statement, but I like that I have ranges, right? I think I think a small pen tablet will work for a larger monitor if you're just using it like a mouse, right? Let's see. So you're agreeing with it, Ben Boykmus, that small would work for 15-inch and below? Of course, I'm talking about drawing. So in some non-drawing cases, I believe a small might work even in bigger monitors. Okay, this didn't do what I wanted. Let me think about how we can make this work better. Let's try Gemini directly. Oh, you're translating it for me. Thank you, thank you. That means below. Got it, got it. Let me see. I'm going to actually look that up. I see, I see. This, I think this is the letters you said. This part means below. 15 and below. 24 inch and below. Okay, got it, got it. And this is below as well. Got it, got it. Makes sense. Okay, I'm going to try Gemini directly. So give me a second. Start Gemini over here. Office, AI, Google Gemini. We're basically doing the same thing. Hang on a second. Okay, so I'm going to try a new... This is the Nano Banana, okay? And then I'm going to take in the screenshot. And that screenshot is in pictures. Screenshots. No, not there. Oh, that's not my OneDrive. I wonder. Pictures, screenshots. Let's see if this works. If I do Gemini directly, translate the text to Japanese. Oh, sorry, not to English. Translate the Japanese text to English. Would it be better if I just said the text and not say Japanese? Would that influence it, I wonder? I find it weird that Japanese basically don't think anything above 24 inch exists for that lineup. Interesting. Yeah, that's weird, right? Like, because I mean, I have literally 3 32-inch displays in front of me. No, sorry. They're not understanding. Okay. Create an English language version of this slide. Version. Image, the version of the slide image. I didn't want just the translation. I mean, I like that there's some structure here. Okay, I do like that. That's actually cool. Is larger sizes are just not as popular in Japan? Look, it did it. This did it. Oh, 24 inches. Is that right? It's or more? This is useful. See, this is actually useful. Okay, okay. The exceptions are music composers, developers, otaku nerds. Okay. Now let's try another example and see if this works. So I'm happy with this, right? I can actually talk about these slides. Let us... I'm going to develop another live coding app right as we're talking, by the way. Well, because why not? Okay, let's find another slide here. There was a really interesting one. I just got to find it. It was like a flowchart. A decision tree kind of thing. This is it, okay? Let's get rid of that thing. Okay, let's do this. Okay, And I'm going to go back to AI, not there. I'm going to go back to Gemini. And I'll say, okay, convert this image. What did I say here? Create an English language version. Okay, create an English version. Create an English language version of this slide. I just don't want the text as text. I just want the complete slide redone. The translation is wrong about the over or under. This is why you have to be careful. I'm glad you're here, Ben Boygmus, because you just don't know, right, what these translations are doing if you don't speak the language. And I've seen AI get the translations wrong. Okay, let's see what this says. Are you new? Oh, it actually guessed? Yeah, that's right. It said something about, I think they meant this. That's right. You're right. Right. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's very smart. I mean, that is smart. Are you new to digital drawing, or you draw with your finger on a smartphone? So, okay, I am new to digital drawing. I have a computer. I should be like, and I want to use my computer as a main device. Okay, it's kind of phrased not as a question, which it should be. Yes, what is your budget? Because you have a computer. I have some room. They're recommending the Wacom One. Don't recommend it. I want to keep it as... Oh, I see. They're choosing between a pen display or not. Do you need shortcut buttons? That's in their mind, that's the big distinction, right? I need to hear the stream to see if they mean a typo. I did paste a link in chat, but let me know if you want me to do that again. Yes, get into us. Simple is good, don't want buttons. Do you want to use a collaboration? What in the heck does that mean, a collaboration pen? I'm not sure how to interpret that phrase. Okay, if you have a computer... Oh no, if you don't have a computer, can you dedicate fixed space at home for work? Yes, then get the Wacom One 14. Okay, interesting. They recommend the Wacom One on the left, but the Wacom One 14 plus a laptop on the right. They have a desk. The Moving Pad 11. Okay, I see, because those are with a... I see. Interesting. Interesting take here. Can you dedicate a fixed space at home for work? Okay, give me a second. I need to check something. Okay, I'll be right back. I am back. I am back. Okay, so we're gonna try other stuff now. We're gonna try other stuff. This ought to be interesting. What apps can we build? The app I wanted to build was gonna help me deal with sizes of things. Okay, so here's the idea. So many people say they're curious about the size of a tablet. Okay, and what I want to be able to do is first have them see the size visually compared to pieces of paper. Meaning, people are familiar with, letter sizes like A4 or whatever, right? I want to tell them like, oh, this tablet's drawing area is between this size. Okay? Ben Volkmans is back. Yeah, it was a typo, but they really brushed that it is a mistake on the presentation. Got it. So they did mention it. They did explicitly say it was a typo. Okay. So I want someone to enter the name of the tablet, sort of, somehow. We'll extract its size, or maybe we'll enter it. And then we'll compare it to paper, and we'll compare it to other tablets. Okay? So, okay. I'm going to tell it. We are going to build a tool. People understand how big the active area of a drawing tablet is. The app will, okay, especially in comparison with other things. Comparison with other devices, okay? So, they just describe the slide and go, and then for large, it's the bigger monitor screen. That's it, okay. Oh, they didn't say that was a mistake. Okay, so to specify the tablet, the drawing tablet, under consideration, the user can do one of several things. Provide a web page, link to that tablet. Okay, so we'll keep it simple because there could be multiple tablets on the page. The app should pull the specs from that web page for the active area. Several things. The web page. So that's one. Second, they can enter the size and width of the active area and specify the units. Or they can enter the diagonal size of the active area. I think what is more interesting is the next slide, though, where they describe the usage of the pen display size. Interesting. Maybe I'll get there in a minute. They can, and it's really specific, and provide the unit and 13-inch for people who don't have space. Provide the unit and the aspect ratio. Okay, so there's three different options. Okay, and then once the aspect ratio is known, the app shows a we're going to try this. We're going to show a carousel of sizes. Okay? Of sizes. It will include the sizes for what do you call that? Like ISO paper sizes. Okay? And items and the carousel item carousel items are sorted. Items. This is a very long prompt. Are sorted small to large, smallest to largest. The tablet, the size they inputted is shown on the carousel. And it is placed next to the closest paper size. Between, next to, or closest paper size, or the paper size that comes closest. The paper size that comes close. Okay, let's just see. So it's building a carousel of sizes, okay? Okay, let's just see what happens. Very interesting what it's going to do here. I'm very curious. 16 to 17 inch can have the software menu on the screen. Okay, I can see why they say that. 22 to 27 has space to view the menu and reference material. I think that's still small. Look at this. It added iPad Pros too. Interesting. I love seeing it just generate all this code. It's so wild. Aspect ratios are there. I didn't even ask for that. Tablet size comparator is what it's calling this app. I love this. I absolutely love this. It's exactly what I'm talking about. You can build the tool you want that does the thing you need it to do. Now it helps if you have a little bit of programming background because you might phrase things differently. You can also catch bugs that it doesn't know about. Okay, let's try. Let's try the cheapest way of doing it, okay? So we'll go pick on the Wacom MovingPad Pro 14, okay? We'll just enter the URL. Okay. Finally, I decided to buy the Cintiq 16 2025 versions of the 17. I hope it's fantastic. Fantastic. That is I love hearing that. I love it very much. I love it very much. Okay. Okay, I'm paste it in. Find it. Oh, come on. You're kidding me. Maybe come on. No, I didn't know. Okay, didn't do it. Fine. We'll just find the size somewhere here, okay? Where are the specs? Where are the specs? Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I'm glad it was helpful. Where are the specs? Yeah, here we go. Okay, so we'll just do it like this. Active area, there we go. Let's see if this does it. I didn't. Whoa! Your device. Okay, so this is interesting. This is what I'm getting at. This is actually what I'm getting at. Oh man, I'm so happy I did this. So, what does it teach me now? This thing, the MovingPad Pro 14, is a little bit larger than the 13-inch laptop screen. I love that it has a standard size. And it's a little bit smaller in terms of active area than US letter. Okay, so one of the things is the letters are they're rotated. Match, yeah, I'm gonna say match the orientation. Okay, let's try it out. So, okay. For paper, match for paper in the carousel, match the orientation so that orientation of the input size of the input device, the user's device, okay, let's do that. This will save people time. And I've got more ideas. Now that I see this, I should provide a standard list of Wacom tablet sizes so people can see. For display tablets, for pen tablets, and for what was I gonna say? We got US letter already. Well, I'll let you pick. Okay, this is good. Find it. Yeah, look at this. Right? Okay, so a couple of things here. I'd like it to say, give me an option to show inches versus millimeters. Okay? Okay. Add a checkbox to control whether inches or millimeter or what do you call them? What do you call those things? Metric units. Units are shown in the carousel. Carousel. Isn't this fun? I was gonna go to sleep, but I'm just so excited now. I'm gonna stay up and vibe code this. Okay. I'm always having to paste this in, so that's kind of irritating. Okay, where's that metric versus inches? Yes! Look at this! Okay, okay. Let's see. For all carousel cards, add the aspect ratio. Add these fields. I'll do multiple. The aspect ratio. The diagonal length. Any other fields? Oh, I know. The percentage difference from the user's device. Ooh, there we go. I also want to do overlays. I think Koyo or Atlas, they know a tool that does. I'll find it because I saved the link, but they use it all the time, and I think they might. I'm curious about what their feedback would be on this tool. Yes, look at this. You know that it says we know now that the what was the Moving Pad Pro has just the iPad Pro has 6% more area than a Moving Pad Pro for active area. Okay. Now where's the diagonal length? Oh, they do have the diagonal length. Yeah, in diagonal length. For diagonal length, they did it in millimeters. Diag length. Should it show millimeters or centimeters? It's kind of interesting, huh? I'm gonna leave it at millimeters for right now. They did a nice job with the aspect ratio, so they could have just shown a number like 1.78 or something. Look at this aspect ratio. Are you kidding me? Square root of 2 over 1. That's funny. I love it. I love this. I love this. Okay, I have ideas here. So first of all, add checkboxes that can control the visibility of certain kinds of items in the carousel. Here are the checkboxes. US paper sizes, laptops, mobile devices, what's the other one? What are they called? ISO paper sizes? ISO or they're ANSI paper sizes? I don't even know. ISO paper sizes, yep. Yep. Let's see how that works. This is so cool. Well, we gotta figure this aspect ratio. Square root of 2 over 1. I mean, it's accurate, but come on. You think people are gonna remember 2.7 or whatever it is, 1.7 something? Okay, what do we got here? There's my, yeah, look at this. US paper, let's hide it. Let's hide laptops and mobile devices. Now we just got ISO paper. Look at that, perfect. That's perfect. Okay. For the carousel, also show predefined tablets. The list is below. So this is now, we'll actually just add in some standard tablets, okay? Man, I'm loving this. This is the kind of thing I just dreamt of. Because it's a thing I have to do all the time. Like people say, is this tablet bigger than this, smaller than that? Oops. So let's go do it. Let's go do it. Screens. No, sorry. We'll add Cintiq Pro 27. Shit, where's these fucking specs? Hello. I think they say specification. Specification. There we go. I'll do it in millimeters. Cintiq Pro 27, DTH 271, I believe. Let's see it figure this out. I mean, it might be able to do this correctly, which I hope it will. Oh, shit. Stop that. Sorry. 22 and 17. So we'll get these in there. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do something even crazier. I actually have like a little, what I call my drawing tablet database. It just contains a bunch of sizes, okay? Of things. Let's see. Let me find it. It's all public. I've talked about it many times, but I kind of don't update it anymore because it's just such a pain. So I don't mention it too often. When I was really young in my YouTube channel, I was updating a lot, but now I'm just tired. Okay, it's on public data. I'll show you what it is. It's this spreadsheet. Again, it's public on my OneDrive. Nothing secret. Okay. So what we'll tell it is. Import all the Wacom tablets. Import size info for all size info and resolution info for all Wacom tablets in this spreadsheet. Let's see what happens, okay? In the attached spreadsheet. Now let's see what happens. Let's hit it. You have any idea how long this is taking to do? Because this is like a React app, and I'd have to learn that, and then Tailwind is the CSS it's using, and you have to wire up all these controls. It's a real mess. And again, you don't have to build an app for every purpose, or that's going to last for. You can just build an app for the weekend. Like you can just use the app for that one case. And because you can build apps this way, it makes me think I don't need certain apps. So for example, I mentioned on stream last night, a lot of my data is what I would call nano data, meaning it's only like 1,000 rows or 100 rows. It's not a million rows or a petabyte of storage or an exabyte. And what do? You use like Excel to manage those things. And it's overkill. And it's a lot of work to use Excel to do some of these things that are very simple. I'm just trying to categorize and group and sort and do simple things. And I could build it, I could just have a very specific app for the weekend. I said that solves my problem. This may be a bit excessive to have this many tablets, because there's going to be like 50 of them. But we'll see. Okay, let's see what happens here. I think it's done. Find. Okay. That was something. So this is a Cintiq 27. So it's a little bit bigger than it's kind of between an A3 and an A2. Is that right? Oh, I see. I don't have... Let me turn off all these things. The Wacom tablets were not... Look at that. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's near the Cintiq Pro size, which is what we expected. Right? And where's the scroll bar for this darn thing? Whoa, I love it. There's, okay, split. Let's see. Split the checkbox to handle two different cases. Split the checkboxes. The Wacom checkbox to handle pen tablets, pen computers, and pen displays separately. I probably shouldn't have all of them. I should just probably let the person pick. That's probably a better way of doing this, honestly. Because it's like the carousel is going to get too darn large, right? Maybe I'll do it that way. I'll have like a, not a fly out, what do you call it? A pop-up thing. That lets them choose the specific things. That way, you're focusing on what you want to focus on. Let's do pen computers and turn off everything else. Mobile Studio Pro. This doesn't seem right. Take a look at the area here. It says Mobile Studio Pro has 66% less area than this. But these numbers, am I just crazy? It seems like, let's just do the math here. What's 1997 times 66? 1997 minus 97 times 0.66. My intuition for numbers sometimes is not great. 678. Okay. Okay, so that's the... But that's... I see. Is this... Sorry, where am I? That's the area. What about the diagonal? Is the same relationship holding true? It looks, visually looks like it. So let's try that out. Oh, I typed in the wrong place. 232, is that right? 230. It's not right. It's not right. Okay, so I'm gonna do it like this. Show the percentage, the area percentage difference. Difference under the area. Also show the diagonal percentage difference under the diagonal field. Let's fix this. Field. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna let them pick the Wacom tablets. And then I'm going to say for things with resolutions, show the points per inch. Oh, I didn't take. Find the size here again. There we go. Yeah, they're different sizes. Area, they have different percentage differences, right? Let me go to, what do you call it? Inches. Notice it says SQN for square inch, but here it says actually, it uses the quotation mark for inch. That's great. That's really good. What was the tool that I think Atlas or Koyo had for me? It's somewhere here. Easy size comparison. Let's try something here. I'm gonna add. How do I add something? It's a CP. Sorry, this is Cintiq Pro 27. Okay. I guess just front. Millimeters, right? Add item. Okay. Okay, I think I'm good. I'm getting pretty tired. Well, thanks everyone for joining the stream. I don't think anyone's left in chat. Well, this was useful. You see, there's a lot of potential here in these kind of apps. Okay, everyone have a great night. I definitely learned a lot today, and I'll be streaming soon. Goodbye, everybody.